Just this. No. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah. والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. Today, inshallah ta'ala, we'll be reading through the second section of the book Hilyah Talib al-Ilm and mentioning some of the notes from the footnotes or the ta'liqat of Shaykh Salih Muhammad ibn Salih Al Uthaymin rahimahullah ta'ala. So previously, in the first sitting or in the first day that we spent on this book, we read the introduction of the author, and after reading his introduction, we looked at the first section wherein the author rahimahullah ta'ala spoke about characteristics that a student of knowledge should have within himself or herself. And in that section, the author mentioned 15 points, 1-5. From those points are some of the following. Firstly, that knowledge is worship. Al-ilmu ibadah. Knowledge, seeking knowledge, and here we're talking about Islamic knowledge, is an act of worship. And there he mentioned that as with all acts of worship, it has a minimum of 2 conditions. The first being sincerity, and the second being that it follows the way of the Prophet ﷺ. And then he also mentioned that the student of knowledge with regards to himself needs to be upon the way of the Salaf, entitling that point, Kun Salafiyan, be Salafi. And here the author highlighted the importance for the student to take the right path when it comes to seeking knowledge. And Shaykh Ibn Al Uthaymin mentioned an important footnote here, and that is that the person, the Muslim, and especially the student of knowledge, needs to follow the way of the pious predecessors in his belief, in his acts of worship, in his transactions, in his mannerisms, and so forth. And that doing that, someone being able to follow the way of the righteous predecessors, necessitates having knowledge of what their way was. It's not just saying the word, but also a person has to learn. If you want to follow a certain path, you have to learn what that path is. Just as a way of reminder, in the introduction of the book, the author himself highlighted that some of these characteristics that he's going to mention are going to be obligatory, and some of them are going to be recommended, and so forth and so forth. So as we go ahead, inshallah, we're going to see some characteristics which are specific for the student of knowledge, some characteristics which are to do with the general Muslim, and some characteristics which may be to do with both, some characteristics which may be obligatory, some of them may be recommended. In this section of the book, the author speaks about the steps in seeking knowledge. The steps in seeking knowledge. And what he mentions here, if you're in the Telegram group or if you've received the notes, you could say, or the student paper that you can write on, which has some of the titles of the topics of the books that they're gonna be mentioned. At the start of that, we said that this section comprises of 2 points. The previous section was 15 points, 1 to 15. This section is point number 16 and 17. And those 2 points are the way of seeking, i.e. seeking knowledge, and its levels, i.e. different levels of seeking knowledge. And point number 17, attaining knowledge is from the shaykhs, from the scholars or from the teachers. And although the author rahimahullah ta'ala mentioned only 2 points in this section of the book, Al-Fasl al-Thani, he only mentioned these 2 points. Although he only mentioned 2 points, we're going to see that under these 2 points are many important matters. Under these 2 points are many important matters, which are connected to seeking knowledge in general, i.e. general principles, such as the one we're seeing on the screen right now. Whoever does not perfect or attain the foundations will be prevented from reaching his destination or his aim, i.e. knowledge. That's a general principle. Likewise, specific points of benefits with regards to books to be studied and so forth. From those he says here, from amongst those aspects are the following: general and overarching principles connected to seeking knowledge, the characteristics one should look for in a teacher, the importance of memorizing a matan, a primer text or manual in the various Islamic sciences or subjects, proficiently knowing the matan, i.e. its wording and its meaning, and we're going to discuss that in a bit, at the hands of the scholars, the importance and benefits of learning from scholars and not books, especially at the early stages of seeking knowledge, and from some of the benefits that we're going to cover here, and some of the benefits that we're going to cover here also, lastly, what was mentioned in this small introduction or notes, is the not preoccupying oneself with longer encyclopedia type works, mutawwalat, at the expense or before having attained proficiency in the mutun. So we'll start inshallah ta'ala with point number 16, where the author, and we mentioned the author is a sheikh called Bakr Abu Zayd. And when I say the explainer or the sheikh, then I'm referring to Shaykh Muhammad Ibn Salih Al Uthaymin. The translation of the book, Hilya Talib al-Ilm, starts the second section at page number 35. And the sharh of the sheikh starts at page number 77 in the print which is from his muassasa. Okay, go ahead inshallah. English, yeah.
Chapter 2, the methodology of seeking knowledge. The methodology of seeking knowledge and its levels. Whoever does not perfect the foundation is prevented from reaching their aim in knowledge. And whoever wants to attain knowledge in one go will lose it in one go. It was also said, overcrowding the knowledge in the ear misguides one's understanding. Therefore, it is essential to ground yourself in every subject you wish to study by perfecting its basics and perfecting a concise book on every subject with a sheikh and not relying upon personal efforts alone. Seeking knowledge should also be taken step by step.
Here the author rahimahullah ta'ala mentions a couple of important, you can say, quotes or principles. Number one, that whoever does not attain or perfect the foundation is prevented from reaching the destination, i.e. knowledge. Shaykh Uthaymin rahimahullah ta'ala comments on this, saying, وَقِيلَ بِعِبَارَةٍ أُخْرى. So this in Arabic was مَنْ لَمْ يُتْقِنِ الْأُصُولِ حُرِمَ الْوُصُولِ. Whoever does not perfect the usul, the foundations, the principles, حُرِمَ الْوُصُولِ, will be prevented from reaching. And he said this is also mentioned another way, مَنْ فَاتَهُ الْأُصُولِ حُرِمَ الْوُصُولِ. Whoever the usul escapes him, then reaching will be prevented from him, or attaining will be prevented from him. He says, rahimahullah, فالأصول Is anyone working? The microphone. No. The light is coming on. Oh, it sounds really low. Both. Yeah. Turn it off.
Oh.
Turn it off. I mean, it's really loud. It's slow. It's working a little bit. So I don't know if they can still hear us. Then we'll carry on. حرم الوصول. Sound like it's back on? No. Okay. Yes. If you here's the ibara. If you add him, show him your QR code, inshallah. That's the ibara in Arabic in the text, and then Shaykh Uthaymin mentions here. من فاته الأصول حرم الوصول.
You know, the group only has the word.
Oh, yeah. Which device? Yeah. Jazakallah khair. Why? Why did you ask about the screen? Because no, the microphone is separate though. Thing is that it's both of them something, and the lights are on. The who? Okay. Oh, okay. So turn off that one and then use one, yeah? Yeah, Jazakallah khair. Okay. Whenever you go to seek knowledge, there's always going to be difficulties. So knowledge requires patience. If you're not going to be patient, if a person is not patient, they will not attain knowledge. They will not attain knowledge. Okay, so here are 3 quotes that the author mentioned at the beginning of this book, at the beginning of this section. He said, number one, من لم يتقن الأصول حرم الوصول. Whoever does not perfect the foundations, i.e. master the foundations, know how to deal with the foundations, will be prevented from reaching. Shaykh Uthaymin rahimahullah ta'ala mentions here, this is very important, he says, فَالْأُصُولُ هِيَ الْعِلْمُ وَالْمَسَائِلُ فُرُوعٌ. The usul, that is the knowledge, and the issues that are dealt with are the secondary points or the branches. And he gives an example of a tree. You have the asl of the tree, which is the trunk. If the trunk is not firm and steady, then the tree will not be good. Likewise, the student of knowledge, when he learns, if he does not get the foundations and the tools that he or she needs in order to understand knowledge, then they will not attain a lot of knowledge. He gives an example here. He says, مثلا قاعدة المشقة تجلب التيسير. هذا أصل من الأصول. That difficulty or hardship brings about ease. He said, this is a principle from the principles and foundations. مأخوذة or مأخوذ من الكتاب والسنة. It is taken from the kitab and the sunnah. And he gives example of ayat and ahadith which indicate this principle. That whenever there is extreme difficulties, then ease is brought about. From them, the ayah where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَا جَعَلَ عَلَيْكُمْ فِي الدِّينِ مِنْ خَرَجٍ وَمَا جَعَلَ عَلَيْكُمْ فِي الدِّينِ مِنْ حَرَجٍ. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has not put in the religion, in the deen, difficulty for you. As for the sunnah, where the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam said to the companion, pray standing, صَلِّ قَائِمًا فَإِن لَمْ تَسْتَطِعْ فَقَائِدًا. Pray standing. If you cannot do so, then pray sitting. فَإِن لَمْ تَسْتَطِعْ فَعَلَى جَنْبٍ. And if you're not able to do so, then upon your side. Likewise, the statement of the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam, إِذَا أَمَرْتُكُمْ بِأَمْرٍ فَأْتُوا مِنْهُ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُمْ. If I command you with an affair, then do it as much as you are able to. Shaykh Uthaymin goes on to say, هذا أصل لو جاءك ألف مسألة بصور متنوعة لأمكنك أن تحكم على هذه المسائل. This is a foundation, i.e. that when there is extreme difficulty, then ease is brought about. And the examples there, if a person cannot stand up to pray, then ease is brought about by facilitating the salah while sitting. If he is not able to, then further ease is brought to do it by lying down on his side. So this principle now, Shaykh Uthaymin says, if 1,000 different issues in different aspects of the religion came to you, someone came to ask you a fatwa, if you know this principle, you're able to deal with all those issues. But in contrast, if someone just memorizes an answer to one of those issues, imagine a sheikh, he knows this principle and he gives the answer. Okay? Imagine a student just hears that one answer. Okay? If you can't pray standing, pray sitting. So he can answer this one question, but he doesn't know the foundation. Why is that answer there? He doesn't know the usul. That means if someone asks him now about a different issue, he will not be able to answer. He said, I heard the sheikh talk about salah. I didn't hear him talk about zakah or fasting, for example. But if he knows the foundation, not just the fatwa or not just a statement or one hadith by itself, but if he knows the actual asl that is contained with these ayat and hadith, he's able to give an answer to all different issues. Although they appear different, they come in different surah, but because he has these foundations, then he's able to deal with the various situations. The second statement that the author brings is, whoever wants to attain knowledge in one go will lose it in one go. The Arabic being, من رام العلم جملة ذهب عنه جملة. Whoever wants to get knowledge in one go, in one grasp, it will lose him in one grasp. I.e., he may attain it quickly and then he forgets it quickly. It becomes too difficult for him. Shaykh Uthaymin says, وَهَذَا الْقَوْلُ لَهُ وَجْهٌ صَحِيحٌ. This statement has an angle that is correct. إذا أراد الإنسان أن يأخذ العلم جميعا فإنه يفوته العلم جميعا. If a person wants to attain knowledge in one go, then verily it will escape him in one go. لأن هذا لا يمكن, because it is not possible that a person, i.e. that a person attains knowledge in one grasp. فلا بد أن تأخذ العلم شيئا فشيئا. So it is a must that you take knowledge bit by bit. Like a stairway or a ladder. You have to take it step by step. You can't just jump straight away to the top. Then the author rahimahullah ta'ala mentions another principle. Overcrowding the knowledge in one's ear misguides one's understanding. ازدحام العلم في السمع مضلة الفهم. And this is, we're going to speak about it. The author is going to mention, and Shaykh Uthaymin is going to comment on this later on. And that is that a person tries to learn too many different things in one time. He might know that he's trying to get the whole knowledge in one subject in one go, but that he's listening to a lot of different lectures in different topics at the same time. What will happen is that the person will become confused. Especially when you find topics that the wordings sound similar, but the meanings or the technical terms that are being used are different. So sometimes a word in one subject means something and a different subject means something else. So it can confuse the person. The author rahimahullah ta'ala then goes on to say, therefore it is essential to ground yourself up in every subject you wish to study. Okay, how do you ground yourself? He gives the answer. By perfecting its basics, i.e. its foundations. If you have a subject, for example, fiqh, you want to study it, then what do? You become proficient in its foundations, in its usul, and in a summarized text. You take a text, which is a summarized text of that subject, and you perfect it. And he says here, with a shaykh. In the Arabic, he says, ala shaykhin mutqinin, with a proficient shaykh. So put the note there, proficient shaykh. Shaykh Uthaymin says here, وَنُضِيفُ إِلَى الْإِتْقَانِ وَصْفًا آخَرُ وَهُوَ الْأَمَانَةِ. And we add, that's why I put a plus sign, another characteristic for the teacher. Whenever you want to go to a teacher, not only does the teacher have to be proficient in that subject, but Shaykh Uthaymin says we add a further characteristic, and that is trustworthiness, amana. لأن الإتقان قوة, because proficiency is a strength that the person has. والقوة لا بد فيها من أمانة. And strength, an ability that a person has, it must be accompanied with or accompanied by trustworthiness. And then he quotes the ayah, إِنَّ خَيْرَ مَنِ اسْتَأْجَرْتَ الْقَوِيُّ الْأَمِينَ. That the best of those whom you have taken on to work for you is Al-Qawi, the one who has strength, and Al-Amin, the one who is trustworthy. With regards to the story of Musa alayhi salam. Because perhaps a teacher, you may find somebody who knows the subject very well, but you don't trust his religion. Maybe he is hypocritical, maybe he learned it as a child and he doesn't practice Islam anymore. So you don't know if what he's going to teach you is going to be beneficial for you. He may know the subject, but he may want to misguide you. Or he may give you answers that he thinks you'll be happy with because you're paying for his service, i.e. you're paying him for private lessons and he doesn't want to upset you. So when you ask him about a fatwa, he gives you an answer that is going to make you happy because you are the customer. Yeah? So it's not enough just that a person has knowledge, but he has to be trustworthy. Here there's two things. Let's add this too, inshallah. When we say proficiency means two things, or we can put two things there. Proficiency, itqan, or mastery. Number one, that the person knows the subject very well. That the teacher knows the subject well. And number two, the teacher knows how to teach the subject. That the teacher knows how to teach the subject. If some of you have been to universities sometimes, there are some professors that are experts in their field. Yeah? I'm talking about secular studies. But when you go to his lecture, you don't understand what he's talking about. He's talking way over your head. So he's an expert, he has knowledge in what he's talking about, but he's not that good at teaching it, at conveying. So that's a different skill. Okay? Ideally, the best case scenario is when you go to study Islam, that the teacher is an expert in the field and he knows how to teach. That's the ideal. And normally speaking, knowing how to teach comes from experience. Some people are, you can say, born teachers. They teach very well. And they don't have that much experience. But most people, you can say, the more experience they have, the better they get at teaching. Unless they've totally given up and just doing it for the money. Yeah. So these are two things to keep in mind. When we talk about proficiency, that he knows the subject very well and that he knows how to teach it. Okay, if you had to pick one of the two. So when you go to a teacher, he's proficient. But one, he only have one of these two options. He either knows the subject very well, is an expert, or he knows the subject well enough for beginner's level, but he teaches it very well. Which one would you pick? Second one? Second one. We have ijma' in the class. Second. In the beginning stages, the second one, I think this is just discussion, is not ayah or hadith. But in the beginning stages, having a teacher that can teach you what you need to know and teach you very well will be very helpful. Latter stages, once you know the subject at a beginner level, you know a matan or two mutun on that subject very well, then it's better to have someone that knows it in depth, because you'll be able to ask him the right questions, and even though he may not be able to teach you, but he'll be able to answer you properly. Is that clear? But in the beginning stages, if you don't know anything about the subject and the teacher's going to speak over your head, then that's going to be difficult. But there is an exception, or there are some points to note. In Islam, sometimes you go to a lesson, not necessarily because it's your level, but for another benefit. Not your main lesson, but you may go to some lessons. Why? To learn from the manner of the Shaykh. Shaykh Uthaymin is going to talk about this later on. But that's a point to note. Sometimes you may go to a place, especially if you're visiting, and there is a mountain of knowledge, like Shaykh Abdul Muhsin Al-Abbad, for example. You may not understand what's happening, but you go there and you sit and learn a little bit. You see how he is, how his manners, his interactions, how does he answer questions and so forth. So there are exceptions. I'm not saying don't go to major scholars that are, of course go. Even if it's above your level, sometimes go. But make sure you're also going somewhere where you're going to learn. Don't just go and sit and you don't understand anything. And after 2 years, you come back and you still don't understand anything, but you say, I sat. Because then you've missed part of the point. So do this and do that. Do both. Okay, so we said proficiency. The first characteristic for a teacher is proficiency. And we said proficiency has two aspects. that a person knows the subject very well, and number two, that they are able to teach it. The second one we said, trustworthiness. Trustworthiness. And that is that the teacher, there's different levels of this. The most basic level is that they're going to teach you what is right and they have your best interest. That's the most basic level. The highest level is that they are a qudwa, an example for you. So when you study with a major scholar, part of the benefit is that you see how he behaves. When you see your teacher praying, when you see your teacher fasting, when you see your teacher not just teaching, but also the other manners that they have, then this is an example. But that's the highest level. We may not be able to get that, but at least you have to have a reassurance that the person was best for you. There are some teachers, Shaykh An Nawawi rahimahullah, I think is in his book At-Tibyan, he says the ignorant teachers or the foolish teachers. And he's talking there about some teachers that teach Quran, that he says when their student goes to another teacher, even though the student has got everything that he can from teacher A, so he goes to teacher B to study, teacher A gets upset because he wants, in brackets he's saying, because he wants only the student to benefit from him, even though he knows that the student will benefit from teacher B. So it's not that he's getting upset because he thinks he will not benefit, but he has jealousy inside. Or he thinks if this student goes to teacher B, that's one less student, that's less money coming in, because that's now less tuition. So he gets upset. So he makes, you can say, and now I'm adding to what Shaykh An-Nawawi rahimahullah mentioned. So it's like the teacher is making the path longer for the student so that he has some income himself. So we have to seek protection from that type of teacher. So it's important that the teacher is trustworthy. It's important that the teacher is trustworthy. Then the author says, and not relying upon personal efforts alone. Shaykh Uthaymin says, يعني لا تأخذ العلم بالتحصيل الذاتي بأن تقرأ الكتاب فقط دون أن يكون لك شيخ معتمد. i.e., don't rely upon yourself or self-learning. And that is that you read the book by yourself and you don't have a reliable teacher to go to. Okay, we mentioned characteristics for a teacher. What if you can't find a teacher like that? Then you do what you can. You may not find a teacher who is an example, but to learn with a teacher is not an example, especially when you have younger teachers. So that ideally you want to learn with someone who's an expert in the field. Okay, if you cannot find the expert, especially where we are, a regularly available expert, then you go to somebody who can benefit you until you find an expert. But you still have respect for that person. Even if you become more knowledgeable than him, you still respect him because Allah put it in the qadr that you were his student, not he was your student. So even though your teacher, for example now, someone graduates and comes back, he's not an expert in the field, but he knows more than you. So benefit from what he knows and respect him because of what he carries. And think about his feelings. Sometimes people, they say, oh, brother or Ustadh, I'm not coming to your lesson next week, so-and-so is coming. And maybe that person is coming, they're the same level. So you just say, I'm going, no, you should ask permission. We should ask permission. Why? Out of manners. It's not nice the person is spending time to teach, and then you just say, I'm not coming next week, I'm going, there's a tour going on, and this brother's coming from this other place, and I've got his jumper and he's got his merch, I need to go and see him. It's not from the adab. So even if you become more knowledgeable than your teacher, then realize that Allah made the qadr that he was your teacher first. And then you became more knowledgeable. Maybe if he was not there, if Allah decreed that he was not there, you would have not got the knowledge that you have. because he was a stepping stone to knowledge that he attained. So many of us, we have to be careful. Even we go abroad and come back, and those teachers that taught us alif bata in the madrasa and so forth, maybe now we are sheikhs and they are still madrasa teachers in the people's eyes. But don't forget, this is the person that taught you alif bata, taught us how to read, taught us how to pray. So there's a level of respect. Just like our parents. Our parents, we may be more knowledgeable than them, but we still respect them. We don't say, oh, this person's ignorant, I don't. No, there's etiquettes that we have to have. And these etiquettes are not for the person in of himself. They're for what they done, i.e. for what they carry. That Allah gave him that position, so we have a level of respect. But the point is, if we cannot find the best, then we go to what is available. But we don't say, he's just this, so you don't have to attend. No, do it. Behave in a way that is appropriate, because that is a way of thanking the person and also having manners with the knowledge that we're trying to attain. Shaykh Uthaymin then quotes here, going back to not relying upon the self, especially when studying, and here in brackets we say, especially at the beginning stages. Especially at the beginning stages. But also in the intermediate stages and so on. Shaykh Uthaymin says, وَلِهَذَا قِيلَ, for this reason, I not relying upon the personal efforts, Shaykh Uthaymin says, مَنْ دَلِيلُهُ كِتَابُهُ كَانَ خَطَؤُهُ أَكْثَرَ مِنْ صَوَابِهِ. Whoever his guide is his book, then his mistakes will be more than his right opinions. Whoever studies from books alone, then his mistakes will be greater than his right opinions. He says, rahimahullah, هذا هو الأصل. This is on page 79. This is the foundation, i.e. that knowledge is taken from the mouths of men and not from the depths of books. The Prophet ﷺ mentioned to the companions, you will hear and it will be heard from those who hear from you. You will hear and it will be heard from you, and it will be heard from those who hear from you. Knowledge is passed person to person. It's not something that is found in the books. Shaykh Uthaymin says, فَالْأَصْلُ أَنَّ مَنِ اعْتَمَدَ عَلَى التَّحْصِيلِ الذَّاتِ وَعَلَى مُرَاجَعَةِ الْكُتُبِ الْغَالِبُ وَالْأَصْلُ أَنْ يَضِلُّ. اللَّهُ الْمُسْتَعَانِ. That the general principle is this, that whoever relies upon personal understanding, personal learning, and by himself returning back to the books, then generally speaking, in most cases or in many cases, you find that the person will end up being misguided or confused. لأنه يجد بحرا لا ساحل له, because he sees an ocean which has no shore. There's no ending. And he sees a depth that he is not able to overcome. أما من أخذ عن عالم عن شيخ, as for the person who takes from a scholar, from a sheikh, فإنه يستفيد فوائد عظيمة, then he will benefit great benefits. And he mentions 3 here. What do you guys think those benefits are going to be? Have you ever tried to read something from a book or online, and then you try to you ask a person, what was the difference? Generally speaking. Not ChatGPT though. Okay, good. The answer that the person gives, when you ask a person, then the answer is most suitable for the person who is asking. i.e. takes into account all the different contexts of that person. They can correct the question. If they worded. Okay. So for example, the teacher or the person who is being asked sometimes can correct the student when the student may have asked the question slightly incorrectly, or they misunderstood something and then asked the question. So the teacher will say, why would you ask this question? And you find out that the premise that was in the question may have been incorrect. Good. Anything else? It's quicker. Generally speaking, it's quicker. Sometimes you look on YouTube, you look for a certain answer, and all different type of algorithms come out. Yes? But when you ask a teacher, the interaction is, generally speaking, he understands you. If he doesn't understand, he'll say, I don't understand this part. What do you mean by this? And sometimes ourselves, when someone repeats a question to us, we have a question and we ask someone, and when we say it, we realize we didn't really say it the right way and we correct ourselves. So there are many benefits from speaking to people instead of taking from the books or from resources directly. So Shaykh Uthaymin says 3 benefits. He says, قِصَرُ الْمُدَّةِ, a shortening of time, i.e. straightforward. قِلَّةُ التَّكَلُّفِ, is less effort. أَنَّ ذَلِكَ أَحْرَى بِالصَّوَابِ, and that is closer to being correct. Generally speaking, the answer that you will get is going to be more suited or more correct with regards to you. And that is true. Generally speaking, when you have a teacher, Shaykh, and you ask him, you'll find that the answer is quick. Sometimes if you don't have a teacher, you have to look in this book and that book and check and double check. And sometimes you don't understand a certain part of a sentence, so that confuses you. Then you have to go and look online, what's the translation? And whereas if you just have a conversation, it's a lot quicker. And that being quicker helps you not to get bored. Because sometimes, especially in beginning stages, it's a lot of a struggle, if it feels difficult, you give up. A person may give up. Shaykh Uthaymin rahimahullah ta'ala then mentions some points, and then he gives an example. He says, and this is, it's funny, but it's sad from another angle. He says, وَلِهَذَا نَرَى أَنَّ ابْنَ الْقَيِّمْ رَحِمَهُ اللَّهُ تَعَالَى عندما يناقش قولين لأهل العلم. That's why we see Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah, when he mentions 2 opinions sometimes in his books, 2 opinions of the scholars, whether it's in Zad al-Ma'ad or I'lam al-Muwaqqi'in, whether it's in these 2 books or other than them, إذا ساق أدلة هذا القول وعلله وعلله تقول هذا هو القول الصواب. When Ibn al-Qayyim mentions 2 opinions in a book, he'll mention one opinion first and its evidences and its reasonings. The scholar will say, the view is this, the correct view is this. And this is the evidence and the reason and so forth. Ibn al-Qayyim brings the first view. The student, the beginner student especially, will say, this view is the correct view. لا يجوز العدول عنه بأي حال من الأحوال. And the student is going to say, it's not allowed to go against this opinion. Look at all the evidence this has. In any situation, you have to follow this opinion. And then what happens is ثم ينقض ذلك. Then Ibn al-Qayyim will bring a statement, the second view, which goes against the first view. فيأتي بالقول المقابل. So he brings the second view, which is in opposition to the first view. ويذكر أدلته وعلله. And Ibn al-Qayyim will mention its evidences and its reasons for it. وتقول, and the beginner student, what is he going to say? He says, هذا هو القول الصواب. And this is said, no, this is the right view. So after just having said that one view is right, then he goes to another view saying it's right. And then he says, rahimahullah, الأول ما عنده علم. The first one doesn't have knowledge with him. فلا بد من أن يكون قراءتك على شيخ متقن أمين. Shaykh Uthaymin says, so it's a must that you must read upon a teacher who is proficient and trustworthy. I.e., why it's funny? It's funny because sometimes we've been through that. Maybe you recall sometimes when you learn an opinion, you think it's so right, and then you hear the other side one day, and you're like, oh, this is right. Yeah. But it's sad because when you look, especially online, you find people that are very staunch on their opinions. And they think that whoever holds a different opinion is bad. And sometimes they curse each other. Muslims curse each other, speak bad about each other's families, sometimes speak bad about scholars, sometimes speak bad about leaders or rulers or countries. based upon a valid difference of opinion. So that's sad, because these things ruin houses, ruin relationships. Sometimes they ruin marriages. Sometimes they ruin father and son. Teenagers especially speak against their parents in a rude way over something that is not as bad as people think. But when they read the first opinion, and especially if they're not reading a book of a scholar like Ibn Al or someone who is giving you difference of opinions, they read one opinion, they think this is it. And they hold it and say there's no one allowed to go against this. But then later on, as they grow in knowledge, they realize that there's another opinion. And that opinion seems to be stronger actually. And then they will have regret and say, why was I so tough for my family? Why did I make it difficult for my family? Why did I argue about this online? And sometimes people will never get to that level. As I don't know if we mentioned in the first sitting, and it will come in the end of the book, the scholars mention knowledge has different levels. I.e., there's different stages that a student of knowledge goes through. When a person first starts to learn knowledge, they go through the beginning stage, which is that they think they know everything. They think, oh, I know everything now. They don't say I know everything, but they act as if they know everything. In psychology, and I mentioned last time and I forgot, someone mentioned they searched it online in class, is Dunning-Kruger or something effect, okay? Which is that the less the people know, the more they think they know, which is actually the opposite. And then you go through that first phase, not you personally, but a person will go through that first phase, then they go through a second phase where they realize that, wow, I've learned a bit, but there's a lot left. And then they go to another phase when they say, this, what I know is much less than what is actually out there. And that's why you find statements of some of the scholars that they say, Imam Ahmed, rahimahullah ta'ala, and other scholars, as they grew in knowledge, they began to say, I don't know more. In some issues, you realize that it's not as clear-cut as you first thought when you were young. So we have to be patient, and having a teacher helps a person to become more stable, because they don't jump from opinion to opinion to opinion. They realize that there's someone in front of you who's an example for you, who has more of a right to speak on religion than you. So be patient and see how he deals with the situation. Then the author rahimahullah says, and seeking knowledge. So we spoke about this, Shaykh, and not relying upon a personal effort alone. Now we're talking about seeking knowledge should also be taken step by step. Step by step. And the author mentions a number of ayat. He says, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's statement, وَقُرْآنًا فَرَقْنَاهُ لِتَقْرَأَهُ عَلَى النَّاسِ عَلَى مُكْثٍ وَنَزَّلْنَاهُ تَنزِيلًا. And it is a Quran which we have divided into parts, in order that you may recite it to men at intervals, in periods. And we have revealed it by stages or in stages. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also said, وَقَالَ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا لَوْلَا نُزِّلَ عَلَيْهِ الْقُرْآنُ جُمْلَةً وَاحِدَةً. And those who disbelieve said, why is the Quran not revealed to him, i.e. to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in one go? Because it was revealed over 23 years. They said, why didn't it come in one go? Allah replied to them and said, كَذَلِكَ. Thus, i.e. we have sent it down in parts, لِنُثَبِّتَ بِهِ فُؤَادَكَ, to make your heart strong, that we may strengthen your heart thereby. وَرَتَّلْنَاهُ تَرْتِيلًا. And we have revealed it gradually to you. And Allah's statement, الَّذِينَ آتَيْنَاهُمُ الْكِتَابَ يَتْلُونَهُ حَقَّ تِلَاوَتِهِ أُولَٰئِكَ يُؤْمِنُونَ بِهِ. And those who, and in brackets here says, and those who embraced Islam from Bani Israel or the companions, i.e. the companions radiallahu anhum, those whom we gave the book to, recite it as it should be recited, and they are the ones who believe therein. So here we learn a couple of things. That the Quran itself was revealed upon the Prophet ﷺ in stages. And likewise, or what we understand from this is that it wasn't given to him in one go. So likewise, even us, when we learn knowledge, the Quran and the Sunnah and the other sciences that help us to understand the Quran and the Sunnah, then we're going to take it step by step. We don't take it all in one go. Side point here. When the Quran, this is maybe beneficial for those of us who are learning Quran or who have children who are, we want them to learn the Quran. Sometimes making the goal post nearer can help a person to achieve their goal. For many people, you find that if they feel that they've got one surah left or two surah left or 3 pages left, you're more excited to memorize. Yeah. When you come into the end of the juz, you feel happy. Yes or no? It doesn't matter. Yeah. But I think for many people, especially for younger people, when they finish a surah, they feel achievement. So even though the surah they finish might only be 3 ayat, yeah, but if you finished another surah. So Juz Amma, how many surahs inside it? 38, I think. Yeah? 38 surahs, subhanallah. But it's only one juz. Yeah, but you feel, I've done a whole surah today. MashaAllah. So when we want to learn Quran ourselves, sometimes we have to take into consideration how we learn. What are the motivations that we have? And the opposite is also true. When, especially if you have a young child, when they don't really have choice, in the sense that they're going to do what you say, then you might want to make them memorize longer surahs because they don't need that motivation other than, I told you to do it, so do it. Yes? And then when they get older, they can do so from the other side. So these are points to take into consideration. When you want to learn Quran or memorize Quran, see what will motivate you. Imagine the time of the companions, the Quran was being revealed. So there will be, something new was revealed, let's memorize it. Then they've got everything up to that day. Something new was revealed, and they memorize it. Something new over 23 years. So this makes it easier for a person to feel that they're on top of their memorization and so on. So likewise, those of you that perhaps may feel stuck in your memorization, try to do things like that will make it easier for you in order to feel motivated. Maybe in your family, say, okay, this month we're all going to memorize or focus on Surah Taha or Surah Maryam or Surah that has five pages. So you do 1 page a week and a little bit, 1.5 pages and so forth. And so then you end up feeling that you achieve something. Yeah? Whereas if you just say, memorize to the end, people, especially if they're not students of knowledge, they might get tired. They don't see the end. They say, and then I have Baqarah at the end as well. It's hard. But if you feel like there's something coming up, then inshallah it will get easier. Okay, the author rahimahullah ta'ala then gives us these 6 steps. Okay, he gives us these 6 steps. If you take these 6 steps, inshallah, these 6 points, they're going to be very beneficial. What we've covered so far, and these 6 points, and some of the book titles will be a great achievement for the session. Number 1, so he says here, so in front of you, there are a number of things that you have to take into consideration in every subject you wish to study. Overline every. And here there's another side point. Here there's another side point. There is a general Muslim who is educated. A general Muslim who is educated. So we have general Muslims. Then we have students of knowledge. Then you have scholars. The scholars are students of knowledge that kept going and then they reached the level of being scholar. Yeah? And obviously the students of knowledge are of different levels and the scholars are of different levels. If somebody wants to be a student of knowledge in the real sense of the word, not just, I go to class once a week at the masjid or twice a week, I'm a student of knowledge. Or I post on social media my books, so I'm a student of knowledge. Yeah? Not that student of knowledge. Real student of knowledge, then take into account what he's going to say here. This was a norm. It wasn't the exception. So we have to make a difference between what we think students of knowledge are and what an educated Muslim is. Sometimes someone may be an educated Muslim in one subject, he knows the subject very well, but they're not a student of knowledge in a real sense of the word. So he mentions 6 things to keep in mind. Number 1, memorize a concise book in that subject. حفظ مختصر فيه في ذلك الفن, in that subject. Memorizing a summarized, concise book. Number 2, ضبطه على شيخ متقن, perfecting it under a proficient sheikh. And what was the other characteristic that we said with regards to proficiency? And that is trustworthy. Yeah? So proficient and trustworthy. Here, perfected, ضبط, we're going to talk about it. Shaykh Ibn Al Uthaymin is going to mention a point here. Number 3, do not engage yourself with long books and compilations on different subjects before perfecting the basics and becoming proficient in it. عدم الاشتغال بالمطولات وتفاريق المصنفات قبل الضبط والإتقان لأصله. So that a person, let me give you an example. You want to study Arabic grammar. The main book that people study nowadays is Al-Ajrumiyyah. So before you start, obviously for us that's after you do Medina books and so on. But before an Arabic speaker studies a longer books, before they go to Alfiya and so on, or they study books which are longer, they need to study the foundation properly, Al-Ajrumiyyah properly. Or he might see that a certain university or a certain place has published a research on the difference between Al-Basriyin wal-Kufiyin in Arabic grammar and the terminologies that they use. Before he starts to go into these issues, first he has to know a foundational book in the subject. So he memorizes Al-Ajrumiyyah with a teacher and understands it very well. Then he goes to that which is bigger than it. So he doesn't start studying it, then he's busy with looking at difference of opinion on why people are called this, and what did Banu Tamim say, and Ahlul Hijaz, they said something else. No, before he goes to those differences, he looks at Ajrumiyyah, understands it very well. Number 4, do not swap from one book, one mukhtasar in that subject. You say, I'm going to study Arabic grammar, study Ajrumiyyah. Don't swap from Ajrumiyyah to another book without a necessity. Bila mujibin. Because this is from impatience. I remember point number 15, which was the last section, the last point in the last section, the Shaykh said, having tathabbut and thubut, being steadfast. So patience is important. If a person keeps jumping from one book to another book to another book to another book, what's going to happen? They're not going to learn anything. Today he says, you know what? I'm going to study Dalil al-Talib in Hanbali Fiqh. Then he's, you know, the other masjid is starting a course in Akhsar Mukhtasarat. Okay, I'm going to go study with them. Then he goes to another place. Oh, they're studying Zad al-Mustaqni'. I'm going to go to them. So after 3 months, 6 months, a year, he hasn't studied anything. He studied a bit from here, then he stopped, then he went to another place, then he stopped, then he went to another place, then he stopped, and maybe even changed madhab. But this has been happening for 10, 15, 20 years in London. If people say, oh no, study this is better. Study from Hadith al-Ahkam. Do Umdat al-Ahkam. Okay. No, go to Bulugh al-Maram. So he starts Bulugh al-Maram. Okay, go to Nail al-Awtar. Okay. Oh no, you know what? You need to study fiqh book. Why are you studying hadith book? Okay, go to now Zad. Oh, Zad is difficult. Go to Dalil. Okay, Dalil. Okay, I'll start Dalil. Oh no. Okay. But did you know that they do Akhsar Mutasarat in this college in Saudi? okay, I might go there, so let me do that. And then you end up 10 years gone and the person hasn't finished the book, let alone know it properly, let alone memorize it. If I say to you, how many people have studied Thalathatul Usul? Everybody. I don't go to Thalathatul Usul classes anymore, I know it. Okay, what does it say? We'll say, oh, the 3 questions in the grave, that's it. No, but it says more than that. There's a way that the author says things in that book. There are steps that he takes. Why don't we know them? Because we jump from one book to another book to another book. Or we jump from what is more common now. We jump from one person explaining the book. We are finishing with him, you go to another person explaining that same book. And then before you finish with him, you go to another person explaining. So Salatul Usul, you've listened to 20 lectures on it. 3 lectures from this brother, 4 lectures from that brother, 5 lectures from that one, and 2 lectures from that one, and you finish with none of them. And what the authors say, he says, don't jump from one book to another. Don't jump even from one class to another without a necessitating factor. Necessitating factor, for example, your teacher leaves. So now you go to another class and they're using different book. That's different. Your teacher leaves the country, so you have to go and study with somebody else. You can't live with him. Okay, that's a factor that is okay. Or you finish, the course finishes at the college that you go to, and so you have to go to another course and they have a different book. That's fine. Or you move country, and now the sheikh that you're going to go to, you go to a alim and he's teaching a different book, or he advises you to do, that's fine. But for you simply just to jump from place to place, book to book, is going to waste your time. And realize that seeking knowledge is from the best acts of worship. So shaitan is going to be on your back. Don't think it's just you being lazy. Maybe it's some laziness, but shaitan is there. He's going to try to, if he can't make you stop seeking knowledge, what he's going to do is, he's going to divert you or make it difficult for you to seek knowledge. Distract you. Instead of going like this, straight path to seek knowledge, you're going to go like this and that way and this way. Why? In order for you not to attain the knowledge. So, be aware of that. Don't swap from one book to another. Number 5, very important. Capture the benefits and precepts of knowledge. Al-Dawabit, the precepts, are kind of like rules that you find, principles that you find. One of the most important things to do when you seek knowledge is make sure whatever notes you take, you organize them. Don't lose your notes. You don't need to write a lot. Sometimes you write too much. And if we have time at the end, I'll bring out an answer I wrote about somebody asking, what do I write in class? There are different things we should write in class. When you first start learning, you're going to write a lot. Don't worry too much. But the main thing is, even if you write, like, for example, like here, I highlight certain points and I just write in the margins. You don't have to write a lot. But now this book that I have to look after it. I have to make sure that I don't put it anywhere that I'm going to lose it. I have to make sure I have it with me. I have to make sure my hands are not dirty when I use it so that the oil goes over them. No, I have to take care of my notes. The notes that I write, I have to type them up if they're important. You don't type up everything, but things that you need to know, you type it up. You take a picture on your phone, you save it on an app that is, a notes app or whatever. Don't overburden yourself. Don't try to have like 10 different apps for writing notes. But at least have somewhere where you write your notes. When you study a book, have a place where you write your questions. When a sheikh comes or your teacher, you go to your teacher, you ask the questions. You shouldn't go to your teacher, you don't have any questions. That's a big red sign. If there are no questions, either the teacher has explained it very well, or if you're reading a book, you're a genius, or that's a very good thing, which is unlikely. Or what is, when I say it's unlikely, I don't mean that you're not going to be a genius, but what it means is that, generally speaking, that's not the reason. More generally speaking, or more often than not, the reason is that we didn't pay attention when we were reading or listening. So we didn't write. Sometimes you say, oh, I had a question, but I can't remember it. You should have written it down. Now you have watches, you have phones, you can take a voice note. Even you don't have to write it down. On page such and such, the author said this. What does he mean? Do that quickly. It takes you a second to do that. Use technology to your advantage. Don't let technology use you. Then the author says, number 6, prepare yourself mentally. Mentally prepare yourself to seek knowledge and progress in it. Progress means elevate, escalate, go upwards. Don't try to stay at the same level. Another mistake, this is a side point, sometimes people study the same level books in a subject. So for example, in a subject you have a book, which is level 1. You may have 2, 3 or 4 books at level 1. Sometimes you find students go from one book to another book to another book. They're all the same level. No, you should go to next level up or next level up. So you finish level 1. If your teacher says, okay, you done good, go to level 2. Or go to the next subject and do level 1 in that, in all the different subjects. He says, and progress in it. Also be concerned with and zealous in attaining and reaching what is above you until you progress onto the long compilations with ease. Shaykh Uthaymin says here, rahimahullah ta'ala, هذه الأمور, these 6 points that we mentioned, لا بد من مراعاتها كما قال الشيخ. These points, it is a must, a person should, or is, it is a must for a person to pay attention to them. As the author mentioned, the Shaykh mentioned, but Shaykh Uthaymin saying, as the Shaykh mentioned, meaning the author, and this is page 82 of the Sharh. أولا حفظ مختصر فيه. He says, Shaykh Uthaymin says, with regards to this point, the first point was what? To memorize a short book in the text, in the science. Shaykh Uthaymin says, فإذا كنت تطلب النحو, if for example you're seeking the knowledge of grammar, فاحفظ مختصرا فيه, then memorize a short book with regards to it. فإن كنت مبتدئا فلا أرى أحسن من متن. If you are a beginner, then I don't see anything better than the text الأجرومية لأنه واضح وجامع وحاصر وفيه بركة. Because it is a book, a text which is clear and it is comprehensive. It brings you the skeleton, you could say, or the structure of the Arabic language for you. Okay, in regards to the fi'l mudari', then this is how it starts off, and then this is how it goes. It starts as marfu' until a nasib or a jazim, and the nawasib are 10, and the jawazim are 18 plus 1, and so forth. And then he goes, okay, the marfu'at of the asma, from the chapter of asma, then the marfu'at are 7 or 6 plus 1. And then he says, then the mansubat are 15 or 14 plus 1, and so forth. Majrurat are, or makhfudat are 3. So he gives you the whole kind of scale, or the skeleton of Arabic grammar. And then he says, ثم متن ألفية ابن مالك. And then Shaykh Uthaymin says, after you do Ajrumiyya well, then you go to Alfiyat ibn Malik. لأنها خلاصة علم النحو كما قال هو نفسه. Because it is the summary of the Arabic grammar. Then he goes on to say, Shaykh Uthaymin is just giving some example. He goes, okay, if you want fiqh, فاحفظ زاد المستقني, then memorize زاد المستقني. لأن هذا الكتاب له شروح وحواش ودرس كثيرا وإن كان بعض المتون الأخرى أحسن منه من وجه لكن هو أحسن منها من وجه آخر. He says, then memorize زاد المستقني, because it is this book has a lot of explanations and commentaries and side notes and footnotes, and it has been studied a lot, even though there may be other books that are better than it from a number of angles, but this book, Zad al-Mustaqni, is better than these other books from various angles. And he says, من وجه آخر, from another angle, which is كثرة المسائل الموجودة فيه, is the many masail which are found therein. The point, we're going to discuss this further on, but sometimes there may be a book which in of itself may not be as good as another book, but it may be considered better overall because of other factors. So for example, Zad al-Mustaqni, you may not necessarily like the language. It's a bit difficult in some aspects, the way the author speaks. You may say, oh, Dalil al-Talib is better, is clearer, and so forth. But the fact that Shaykh Uthaymin explains Zad al-Mustaqni in Sharh al-Mumti', what can be said after that? You understand? So it depends. Sometimes you look at other factors. Sometimes there may be a text that your teacher might write, if you had the Shaykh, for example. But no one else has studied that text. So if you go to another country, say, I read this text, the other teachers won't know what level you are. So there are different factors sometimes for why one book may be better than other books. He says, وَأَمَّا فِي الْحَدِيثِ فَمَتْنُ عُمْدَةِ الْأَحْكَامِ وَإِن تَرَقَّيْتَ فَبُلُوغُ الْمَرَامِ. Then in Hadith, and this is Hadith al-Ahkam, he says, Umdatul Ahkam, which is a book which talks about 400 or so hadith which are to do with rulings. And if you want to go higher, then Bulugh al-Maram. Then Bulugh al-Maram, which is about 1,300 and so hadith. Again, hadith of rulings. وَإِن خُيِّرْتَ بَيْنَهُمَا. And if you are asked between, or if you are told to choose one between the two, فَبُلُوغُ الْمَرَامِ أَحْسَنُ لأنه أكثر جمعا للأحاديث ولأن الحافظ ابن حجر يبين درجة الحديث وهذا غير موجود في عمدة الأحكام وإن كان درجة الحديث فيها معروفا. He's talking about the difference between عمدة الأحكام Bulugh al-Maram. We're going to come to it when he talks about different books. We'll discuss it when we come to different books. Then he says, with regards to Tawheed, then what I see, the best that I see within it, فمن أحسن ما قرأناه كتاب التوحيد الذي هو حق الله على العبيد لشيخ الإسلام محمد بن عبد الوهاب رحمه الله تعالى. Then with regards to Tawheed, then the best of what we have read is كتاب التوحيد. أما في توحيد الأسماء والصفات فمن أحسن ما ألف فيما قرأت العقيدة الواسطية لشيخ الإسلام ابن تيمية رحمه الله تعالى فهو كتاب جامع مبارك مفيد وهكذا خذ من كل فن تريد طلبه كتابا مختصرا فيه واحفظه. And likewise, in all the different subjects that you want to study, then take a book, a beginner's book, a foundation in that subject, memorize it. Even if you're not going to memorize it letter for letter, then at least know it very well. At least know it very well. How do you know it very well? You read it often. You read it often. When you go to class, you study, you read it a lot. Before class, you read the portion you're going to cover a lot. After you finish the class, maybe 3 months or whatever the course is, then you read it once a month. You read that book, Al-Wasatiyya, once a month, Kitab al-Tawheed once a month, from start to finish. Just the book. Don't read 200-page explanation with it, because then it's going to be too difficult. But you read that short book. Why the author mentioned it only in a short form? He mentioned as a short book to be easy for the beginner, to be easy for the teacher even who teaches it, to revise quickly. So if the teacher wanted, if the Shaykh wanted that wrote the book, he could have made the book longer. Why did he make Thalathatul Usul only 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pages? And Kitab al-Tawheed is a lot longer than that. He made Thalathatul Usul for a reason, and Kitab al-Tawheed for a reason. Why did he write Al-Wasatiyya that length and not longer, like Hamawiyya? There's a reason. So same with the books of Fiqh, for example, Zad al-Mustaqni. He could have made it longer, but he didn't. He made it enough for what he felt was needed for the teacher, for the student. Likewise, Al-Ajrumiyya and so forth. Then he said, okay, so number 2, be proficient or perfected by studying under a teacher. What here proficiency, there's 2 things to keep in mind. When you study a book with a teacher, especially if you're going to memorize it, and this was more in the olden days than now, before the printing press, because before, when you wanted to study with a teacher, what did you have to do? You'd write the book out. The teacher will tell you what the book is and you have to write it out. You don't go to the shop and buy it. There was no printing press. So you'd have to write it by hand. So Dabt is not just that you know it, but it's also that you have written it properly. You know the harakat or the tashkil of the letters. So you don't make a difference. You don't make a mistake. So dabt is that you know the text. Sometimes when you want to study a matan to get an ijazah, you find that even Tuhfatul Atfal in the short books, you find that in some prints, in some manuscripts, it's slightly different than other manuscripts. Yarmaluna, yarmuluna. Sometimes you find fillami warra, and sometimes you find different wordings used. So when you go teach to the teacher, he will tell you what the script that he has is, and he will make sure that you have the right thing before you memorize it. So when you want to study this way, you're going to make sure that the print that you have is the right one. Okay. Then he mentions that not to engage yourself with the mutawwalat, the long books. وهذه الفقرة مهمة جدا لطالب العلم, and this is an important point or stage for the student of knowledge. فلا بد أن يتقن المختصرات أولا. It is important that he becomes proficient in the foundations first and foremost, i.e. these short books. حتى ترسخ العلوم في ذهنه, until the sciences become as firmly established in his mind. So he understands the general overview of that topic. Then after he raises up, he goes up to the level of the long books. لكن بعض الطلبة قد يغرب فيطالع المطولات ثم إذا جلس الله المستعان. So some of the student, he may do something opposite or different to this. What does he do? He goes and reads the longer books. And then when he sits down with his other classmates or friends and so on, he says, قال صاحب المغني, the author of this big book said this. He quotes big books. قال صاحب المجموع, the author of this other big book by Nawawi rahimahullah ta'ala, or depends which majmu' is talking about. قال صاحب الإنصاف, I think that's the one by Nawawi. قال صاحب الإنصاف, the author of Al-Insaf, which is another big book. So he goes round and in the class he says, so and so, the author of such and such said, as if he's read that book. So a person has to be careful with regards to the intention. Okay. Rather, at the start, begin with the foundations. Also connected to this, before we take a break, connected to this is, sometimes online you find people quoting books. Big books. They say, Shaykh al-Islam said this in Majmu' al-Fatawa, and they bring a quote. And they don't bring where they got the quote from. And the person doesn't speak Arabic. So how did he read that book? Sometimes we have to be careful. Don't think you want to quote things and sound good, and you don't quote where you got it from. Because people will think that you're just taking information and you don't know what you're doing. So make sure when you want to quote things and so on, and you want to study, start with the foundations. We stop there. What time is the salah? Yeah, 45. So those of you who want to go pray in the masjid, you can go and pray in the masjid. We'll begin inshallah after that. If you have any question, write them down inshallah ta'ala. Jazakumullahu khairan. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. The author rahimahullah ta'ala mentioned point number 3. After we touched upon what he said, and that is that the student should first and foremost become more acquainted and fully aware of the mukhtasarat in the subject that he is studying, in the subjects that he is aiming to study. And then after that, he can go on to the longer compilations. He mentioned a mistake that some of the people fall into. And that mistake is that sometimes you find students try to read the longer books in order and then quote those books in gatherings in order to display or to show that they have read a vast amount or a wide amount of literature. And he said that this was a mistake, or this is a mistake. And he says, thus, not preoccupying oneself with the longer works and the different detailed booklets or books that are written in a certain subject before he has perfected or mastered its foundations, i.e. the foundations of that subject. He says, لِأَصْلِ ذَلِكَ الْعِلْمِ, and let him pay attention to this issue. ولا يشغل طالب العلم نفسه بالمطولات قبل إتقان ما دونها. And let the student not busy himself with the long books before perfecting or mastering that which comes before them or that which is lower than them. Like for example, if a person tries to throw himself into the deep end before deep end of a swimming pool or into the sea before he is able to swim, then you'll see that he'll end up drowning. He mentions then the fourth point, not to move from one book, a mukhtasar, a primer or a matan, a manual in one subject, not to move from one to another. Shaykh Uthaymin says, وَهَذَا أَيْضًا آفَةٌ عَظِيمَةٌ تَقْطَعُ عَلَى الطَّالِبِ طَلَبَهُ. And this is a great defect which will cut off the student from the path of learning, and it will waste his time. وَتُضَيِّعُ عَلَيْهِ أَوْقَاتَهُ فَإِذَا كَانَ كُلَّ يَوْمٍ لَهُ كِتَابٌ يَقْرَأُ فِيهِ. So if every day he has a book that he reads it, بل كل ساعة, rather every single hour or moment, له كتاب, he has a different book, فهذا خطأ, then this is going to be a mistake. فإذا عزمت على أن تقرأ كتابا معينا فاستمر فيه. Rather, if you make a decision, a firm decision to read a certain book, i.e. that you're going to study in this subject, you're going to study this book, then carry on upon it. Don't turn left or right. ولا تقل أقرأ كتابا أو فصلا من هذا الكتاب ثم أنتقل إلى الآخر. Don't say I'm going to read a chapter or a section of this book, then I'm going to go to another one. فإنه مضيعة للوقت. Because it is something that will waste your time. And as we mentioned previously, without a necessity, like for example, Shaykh Uthaymin gives an example that we mentioned previously, and is probably taken from him, that you have a teacher teaching a book, but then you find a Shaykh, an alim, teaching another book. Then you can change for a specific reason, but not just without reasoning. As with regards to the fifth point, the capturing benefits, Shaykh Uthaymin rahimahullah ta'ala mentions a point here, or mentions a number of points. From them is that a person should write down that which he finds beneficial, especially in those situations which that fa'idah, the benefit, is found in an unusual place. Don't say to yourself, I don't have a need to write this down, or I don't have a need to note where I found this. Rather, write it down, or write in the side of the book or on the note somewhere, on this page is such and such a benefit. So you know what the benefits of that book are. Sometimes you find in some books that are printed, at the end, they'll have some pages spare, empty pages. Those pages are for us to put benefits from that book. So you write, page such and such, Shaykh says this, this and this. Page such and such, Shaykh says this. That's why they tend to leave books or pages at the end of the books. Sometimes you find some books have bigger margins, so you can highlight and write small things there. وكم من فائدة تمر بالإنسان فيقول, and how many benefits pass by a person and he says, هذه مسألة سهلة لا تحتاج إلى قيد. This is an easy issue, I don't have to write it down. ثم بعد مدة وجيزة يتذكرها ولا يجدها. And then after a short period of time, he remembers it, alayhi salam. He remembers it and he does not know where to find it. لذلك احرص على اقتباس الفوائد. لذلك احرص على اقتباس الفوائد التي يندر وقوعها. So for that reason, so that you don't end up losing them, then be enthusiastic, or be cautious, or be aware of, make sure you pay attention to those benefits that come by, that you write them down, that you benefit from them, you capture them. Especially those which are rare to come by. أو التي يتجدد وقوعها, or those which constantly come up. Sometimes there are certain issues that regularly come up and you find an answer somewhere. So keep the answer close to hand, so that you have the answer ready to give to people and so forth. Then he mentions the 6th point. With regards to the 6th point, which is to mentally prepare oneself for seeking knowledge. Shaykh Ibn Al Uthaymin says, هذا أيضا مهم أن يجمع الإنسان نفسه للطلب فلا يشتتها يمينا ويسارا. يوم يطلب العلم ويوم يفكر في أمور أخرى تصرفه عن الطلب. بل اجمع النفس على ذلك ما دمت مقتنعا بأن هذا هو منهجك وسبيلك. واجمع نفسك على الترقي فيه لا تبقى ساكنا. Shaykh Ibn Al Uthaymin is saying here, this is a very important point. On page 85, he said this is a very important point, i.e. to prepare oneself mentally for seeking knowledge and progressing on it. Don't be like some people who one day they say, I'm going to seek knowledge. Another day they say, I'm going to do something else. Third day they're going to do something else. Every time they have different things capturing their mind. The real student of knowledge, like we said, we're not talking about educated Muslims. Educated Muslims is different, it's fine. You want to seek knowledge some days you want to do other things. But we're talking about the person who wants to seek knowledge and raise up in the levels of knowledge. Then that person has to devote himself to knowledge. He has to devote himself to knowledge. Don't let your mind one day be somewhere else, another day somewhere else. Rather, your mind needs to be focused. You need to, all of your energy, after the obligations that you have, your energy needs to be prepared, gathered, and pushed towards seeking knowledge. And also pushing yourself towards raising up in knowledge. Don't be content with staying at the same level. You have to go up and raise in the ranks. As the author says, until you progress onto, or until you're zealous in attaining and reaching what is above you. Point number 6, towards the end of it. معناه أن يكون عند الإنسان شغف شديد تتحرق نفسه. He has a burning passion, you could say. He has a passion that is strong and fervent in wanting to raise up. لينال ما فوق منزلته التي هو فيها. To reach that which is above the level that he's currently in. He's not content with being the same level. He wants to go and raise up and raise up and raise up. حتى تفيض إلى المطولات بسابلة موثقة. Until you reach, until you get to, you attain the long compilations, the longer books. Don't think, as a disciple, don't think that it's something unattainable. It's attainable, but you have to put the effort. If a person doesn't put the effort, then that's different. They're not going to get achieve it. But if you put your effort, inshallah, it will be attainable. After the author, rahimahullah, in the book has mentioned these 6 points with regards to what a person needs to do when he wants to seek knowledge, it may come in a person's mind that there are going to be different subjects. He said in every subject that you want to attain, then you do the following. So now the question that he's going to discuss is, what does a person have to study first? And can a person study more than one subject at the same time? So here the author says, what translates as, it was the opinion of Ibn Al Arabi Al Maliki that the seeker should not mix between two subjects when he is studying. That he should not mix between two subjects when he is studying. And that priority should be given to learning Arabic. So priority to learning Arabic. Poetry and mathematics. And then you go to the Quran. But he was rebuked by Ibn Khaldun, who said that the then present day customs did not encourage this method, and that the priority should be given to first studying the Quran and memorizing it. Because as long as the child remains in the lap, he is easily controlled. But once he, the child, passes the age of adolescence, it becomes difficult to force him to learn the Quran, to memorize. As for studying two subjects simultaneously, or more simultaneously, then this differs from one seeker to another, depending upon their capacity and the enthusiasm. The capacity and their enthusiasm. Shaykh Uthaymin rahimahullah ta'ala mentions, when the author quoted and said that the person should not mix between two subjects, Shaykh Uthaymin says, هذا ليس على إطلاقه. This is not to be left unrestricted, i.e. for every single person, this is as such. بل يجب أن يقيد. Rather, it is important that we qualify this, that we mention when this applies and when does it not apply. وَلَعَلَّ ابْنُ الْخَلْدُونَ قَيَّدَهَا. And perhaps Ibn Khaldun has qualified this statement. فَإِنَّ النَّاسَ يَخْتَلِفُونَ فِي الْفَهْمِ وَالْإِسْتِعْدَادِ. Because many people, you see that they are different with regards to their understanding, the fahm, and the preparation, the ability, what they have, the capacity. قد يكون سهلا على المرء أن يجمع بين علمين. It may be possible for a person, and it's easy for them to combine between two different subjects. وقد يكون من الصعب. And it may be difficult أن يجمع بين علمين, that he combines between two subjects. For one person is easy, for one person is difficult. وكل إنسان طبيب نفسه. And every person is doctor of himself, i.e. every person knows himself best. فإذا رأى من نفسه قدرة وقوة فلا بأس أن يجمع بين علمين. So if a person sees within himself that he can combine between two different subjects, then there's no problem for him to combine between two different subjects. Okay. ولكن, but, this is a big but here. ليحذر نشاط البدء. Let him be careful of the energy that you have at the start. i.e. when someone wants to start seeking knowledge, at the start they're enthusiastic. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, with many things in life. People say, I'm going to go on a diet, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to eat. or I'm gonna go work out every day. Monday I'm going football, then I'm going to do card. They think they can do a lot. Yeah, humans were like this. So he's saying, be careful of this nashat, this energy that you have at the start. فإن بعض الناس أول ما يبدأ يجد نفسه نشيطا. Because many people, or there are from people, whenever they start something, or when he wants to start something, in this case seeking knowledge, he finds himself very enthusiastic. I can memorize 3 pages a day of Quran. I can memorize 2 pages a day of Quran. I can do it. It's no problem. يريد أن يلتهم العلوم جميعا فإذا به ينكس إلى الوراء لأنه بالغ وأخطأ في التقدير. But you find that at the start he wants to take everything in one go. Remember we said whoever tries to get everything in one go will lose it in one go. So he makes it, I'm going to do this on Monday, I'm going to memorize this on Tuesday, I'm going to do this on Thursday. And he does everything because he's got the passion. And then as time goes on, you see that he stops. He stops memorizing, he stops attending lesson, or he doesn't do his homework, he's relaxed. Why? Because he exaggerated and he made a mistake in the estimate of his ability. Why? Because at the start he had extra passion. So he thought I could do 10 kilograms, but really he could do 3. But he was so excited, he said I can do 10, and then he stopped. So likewise with studying. والواجب ألا يكلف نفسه ما لا يطيق. What is upon him, that he does not burden himself more than he can handle. بل عليه أن يتزن في طلبه حتى يستمر. Rather, what is upon him is that he balances himself with regards to his seeking knowledge, so that he can continue. Now, side point here. Shaykh Ibn Al Uthaymin said everybody knows himself best. At the start of seeking knowledge, a person may not know themselves that much. So what they do, if they have a teacher that they can go to and seek advice, what should I study? What should I learn? What should I focus on? And the teacher will look at your situation and tell you, okay, you can handle this much, or I think you should start with this, and so forth. And normally if you start with something small, it's easy to grow. But if you start with something too big for you, then it might end up just causing you to stop for most people. So it's better to start with something slow and steady wins the race, as they say. So that's what you should try to do. So for example, if you want to memorize Quran and you've not done it before, do half a page a week. Don't say I'm going to do 2 pages, 3. Just do half a page. You find it easy? Good. Do it for a month. Do it for 2 months. Then your teacher, he will say you can do more, increase. Your teacher is not going to keep you, if he's a trustworthy teacher, and he's not just trying to take you to stay in class for longer, but generally speaking, he's not going to keep you in class longer than you need to. I.e., they're going to tell you only do half a page, even though you can do a page. But he may tell you only do half a page because he knows that after a month of the first excitement goes, you're going to struggle and then you're going to give up. What's going to happen? You're going to feel shy to go to class without your homework. So you don't go to class. You say, next week I'll do it. The next week comes, you still haven't done it. So you say, I'll go next week. Then next week comes, you still haven't done it. So then you stop. Because your teacher knows that this is a pattern that happens a lot, he will tell you do half a page. Just do it well. Then when you've done half a page and he sees that you're consistent, he'll do a page. When he sees you do a page that you're consistent, even your memory strength will grow. Generally speaking, this is what happens. So then you can do a page and a half, 2 pages, and so on. But if a person tries to do everything in one go, you see that he'll lose it in one go. Likewise, with regards to studying different subjects. If we get time at the end, inshallah, I'll give you what I think works for many people. If not, then inshallah we'll leave that for another time. I'll make a video or something on it. The author then goes on to mention, after he's discussed this, okay, what do you start with before we go on to the next point? You find that scholars answer this question. I haven't got anything highlighted here. But Shaykh Uthaymin mentions how can we put the Arabic how can we put poetry and mathematics before the Quran in reply to what was mentioned in the book? But the point being here, you find that different answers from different scholars. Generally speaking, it revolves around this. Number one, who is asking? And number two, when are they asking? So if someone is a child before they're responsible, then they should start with the Quran. Memorize the Quran as much as they can. The parents should push the child to memorize as much as they can of the Quran. If it's an adult asking, and they're a normal adult, then they have to learn what is obligatory upon them. So from the moment they wake up to the moment they go to sleep, the person looks at what they need to function, and they learn about that in the deen. So for example, if a 20-year-old comes to seek knowledge, his first preoccupation is, how do I pray? What do I know about Allah? What do I know about Iman? Do I have to pay zakah? Have I got the facility for Hajj? How do I fast? Then, if he is married, he has to learn about marriage. If he has kids, he has to learn about kids. If he's a businessman, he has to learn about business in Islam. So if someone comes, what do I start seeking knowledge with? If they're a child, Quran. Okay? If they're a child, but they're above 7 and so forth, then they have to pray as well. The parents have to teach them how to pray. Or if the madrasa teacher sees that the child doesn't know how to pray, they should also encourage them and tell the parents to teach them how to pray and so forth. But they start with Quran. If they're an adult that have responsibilities, so the angels are writing their deeds, their bad deeds, they're responsible, then they start with what is obligatory upon them, what they need from the day-to-day life. Clear? And then if they want to be a student of knowledge, they'll do Quran alongside Arabic for us, because we're non-Arabic speakers, how to read Arabic and understand Arabic. Question? I don't know. You have to go back to see why he said that. Maybe fara'id, maybe to do inheritance, Allahu A'lam. So, the question was, why did he mention mathematics? Maybe it's because used in many things. Is it in the text? Yeah, mathematics, yeah. And in laws of inheritance, business, buying and selling, he's going to need to know. Maybe because of that, yeah? So if he's an adult, then after he knows his obligations and what he needs from when he wakes up to go to sleep, then tries to memorize Quran, whatever he can from it, and learn Arabic, and then he starts with the different topics in Aqeedah. But that also depends on what is available to him. The author then goes on to speak about what happens in his area. He says, there were amongst the people of knowledge, there were amongst the people of knowledge, those who taught in Hanbali fiqh, Zad al-Mustaqni' for the beginners, and al-Muqni' for differences of opinion within the madhab, and then al-Mughni for differences at an advanced level. Al-Mughni is a bigger book that mentions difference of opinion outside of the Hanbali madhab, in all of the madhahib and outside of the madhahib as well, and did not permit the seeker of knowledge in the first level to sit in the seeker of knowledge or in the classes of the second level, and so on. So someone who was at level 1 doesn't go to the class for level 2. Someone at level 2 cannot go to the class for level 3. And so on, so as to eliminate any confusion. Because what happens is, someone hasn't studied level 1, when he goes to a class on level 2, he's going to ask a lot of questions. He's going to be confused. So first he has to finish level 1, then he can go to level 2. Wadih? Clear? And know that the list of concise books, the author goes on to say, and know that the list of concise books and the long compilations upon which seeking knowledge is based and acquiring it from the mashayikh generally differed from one region to another, depending on the madhab and that which the scholars were brought up upon. Since they will tend to be proficient in one particular concise book rather than another. And the situation also differed from seeker to seeker, depending upon their different levels, or their talents and levels of understanding, so talents, levels of understanding, the strength or weakness of their will, and the rigidity or enthusiasm of their minds. So these are different factors that a person takes into consideration when studying. Shaykh Uthaymin rahimahullah ta'ala mentions here. He mentions a side point that in his classes, he didn't tend to do this, that they will start one book and go have different levels. Rather, he taught and the students came. And there will be some students who will teach the other students that come new. So he says, if every time we've done this, we restarted a book or restarted a level when new students come, then the older students will not benefit because they'll have to keep restarting. So he said, we don't do that in our classes. A point to note here is that the concise books differed from place to place. So in different places, especially before what we see now, the internet and the people flying around, you can travel and so on. In the earlier days, it was a lot different. So you'd find that people in certain areas, they knew certain books. In people in other areas, they knew other books. Of course, the bigger books, they all knew them, Bukhari, Muslim and so forth. That's different. But in terms of the beginner's books, sometimes they may not know other beginner's books in different areas. Okay, a side point to note from here, when you go to study with a teacher, this is just my personal advice. When you go to study with a sheikh or a teacher, don't tell him, I want to study this book. Ask him, Sheikh, I studied this, this and this. What do you think I should study next? Or what can I study from you in this subject? If you tell the sheikh, I want to study this, this and this, and he is, for example, somebody who his whole life he's been teaching Zad al-Mustaqniya. He knows it like the back of his hand, as the saying goes. And then you say, I want to study a different book. Even if he agrees with you, you won't benefit as much as if you were to study Zad al-Mustaqniya, because he knows it so well. So he knows the intricacies. He knows why the author said this in this place, what he could have said, what his view is in another book. So he'll be able to dissect that book at a very good level. Whereas if he studies a different book that you want to study, but he may not be as familiar with it as he is with his book that he knows, then you won't benefit as much. Clear? This point clear? And some teachers, if you try to demand what you're going to study, they will not teach you anyway. So it's better and is more from adab that you let the teachers pick the book. You explain to him, Sheikh, I've studied this book, I know it, or I'm not that strong in this, what do you recommend? And then he will recommend something. He will appreciate your manners, and he will also have the opportunity to say, okay, I think this book will be best for you, I can teach you this book. Likewise, sometimes, so that's with regards to the teacher's side here, that from different area to area, the books differed. But also, from the other side, the teacher might give you a different book because of you as a student. So for example, some students may be able to handle Al-Jazariya. Some students may not be able to handle Al-Jazariya. So the teacher say, you do Tuhfa. Because you're not going to specialize in Tajweed, just do Tuhfa, and then we go to the other subjects. Because he sees within you that you haven't got time. Some teachers may see within you that I haven't got long with you. So instead of doing Bulugh al-Maram, which is 1,000+ hadith, we'll do Umdatul Ahkam, which is 500 or 400 and so hadith. Why? Because he wants to finish the book. You only have 6 months before you have to go back, or before he has to go back. So he'll pick a different book for you. So trust your teacher. The sheikh that he's going to, trust him. Because it's better for you to finish a book properly than to do another book and you don't know it properly. It's rushed. Or that you only do the first chapters and you never finish the end. Because then you won't have a wide view or an overview of what that subject is. So keep this in mind, inshallah ta'ala. A side point here. Here, the strength and weaknesses of their will. If your teacher sees that you don't seem to be interested enough, he gives you homework, or you come to class or late, or you don't do your homework, or for example, you don't seem to be, you have your notes ready. When he says, where did we stop last time? You don't know where you stopped. You can't remember last lesson. Then he's not going to give you that much. Because he's going to think he can't handle it. Isn't it? So if you see your son or your daughter, they can't handle a bag, you have a shopping bag, you have 3 or 4 bags. If they can't handle one shopping bag, are you going to give him another one? No, because you feel sorry for him. You don't want to make it hard for him. So even the Shaykh, if he comes to class, he comes to Medina College to teach, he comes all the way from another country to teach, and he sees the students, they're relaxed, they're half sleeping, they're not paying attention, they're eating in class, they don't seem serious. Even he's not going to give you the extra knowledge. But if he sees that the students seem, generally speaking, they seem to be, of course, some people will be tired or whatever, but if he sees that generally speaking, the students are lively, they got their pens out, they're ready, they're looking, before the teacher comes, they're sitting down waiting, they have good adab, then he's going to think these guys, you know what, they can handle a lot. So they'll give extra. So it's important then, when we go to class, that we give a good example. We show that we're ready to learn. We show that we're serious. We ask questions, not just for the sake of asking, but questions that show that we are learning and we really want to understand. Because that's going to have an impact on how the teacher teaches. Then the Shaykh says, the author rahimahullah says, as for seeking knowledge in our region, after the stage of Quranic schools and the completion of the memorization of the noble Quran, so note, after. So already in their area, they were learning Quran from a young age. So sometimes when you see this, when you ask a Shaykh or when you Shaykh, you see the answer online, what does a student of knowledge begin with? Sometimes they might not mention Quran. Why? Because in their area, they already done Quran when they were kids. So we have to know the context of the answers that the Shaykhs are giving. We can't say, the Shaykh never mentioned Tajweed, so you don't have to do it. You have to know, they studied Tajweed when they were kids. We are struggling maybe as adults, learning Tuhfatul Atfal, which is a gift for a kid. We not realize that we're reading a kid's book, but we're old, yeah? But it's because we're, for whatever reason, we're still behind. It's not blameworthy if we didn't have a choice, but we have to be cognizant of it. So when we look at an answer of a Shaykh, a question that he's answering, we have to know the context of who he's speaking. So in his area that he's speaking about, in Saudi, they used to do what? After the stage of Quranic school and the completion of the memorization of the Quran, so this is what the kids used to do in the madrasa. They do Quran, how to read, Tajweed, sometimes how to write, and memorize it. So after that stage, what happened? He said it passed through 3 stages with the mashayikh with regards to the lessons held in the masajid. The beginner stage, the intermediate stage, and the advanced stage. So now here, we're going to start seeing some of the books. Before we go and discuss books, the only book that we have that has no mistakes is the Quran. The only human being in our ummah whose statement is accepted and never rejected is the Prophet ﷺ. So whenever we see a Shaykh or a teacher or books, shuyukh in books or whatever, recommended a book, does it mean the book is perfect? No. Does it mean that the book has no mistakes? Does it mean that the author is going to be 100% correct in everything? No. We have to be balanced. Balance between those who overpraise their teachers and shaykhs and so forth, to the point that they will start to say, my shaykh is going to save me on this day. And we don't want to go to that side of the spectrum, which is too far. There's exaggeration of the praise of the scholars. And we don't want to go, we don't want to go to the other side of the spectrum of some people who say, oh, the scholars, they're like us, we are the same. Of course, yes, they're humans. We're not saying they are perfect. But somebody who's spent 20, 30, 50, 60 years teaching, after he studied and he's been on that path for so long, you can't say his statement holds the same weight as somebody who doesn't study. Wadih? Clear? So we have to have respect for the scholars, those who are well known for their knowledge, and some of them we may know, some of them we don't know. There will be scholars in countries that we don't know. But if he's a scholar, we have to respect for the knowledge that he carries. But we don't go to any side of the spectrum, neither to the exaggeration nor to the neglect, to just seeing them as people like us and, oh, he said this, but he's a human, we can reject it. No. If it's a sheikh, a scholar, then yes, he can make mistake, but have adab, have manners with it. Likewise with books. There are some books that the benefit is great, and there may be some mistakes. This is not the same as a book which is a book of total innovation and has some benefit. You can't weigh those two. So when you find scholars, they mention some books to study, it doesn't mean that the author is going to be totally right in everything. Nor does it mean that the book is going to be totally right. But you'll find that they will mention, for example, they will say, okay, you find that some of the scholars say, a beginner's book in Tafsir, Tafsir al-Jalalain, the Tafsir of the two Jalals. And you find some scholars recommend it as beginner's Tafsir. But then they say, some of them will say, but be careful, in some of the ayat, the author or the authors make ta'wil. They reinterpret some of the sifat of Allah. They say this doesn't mean this, it means something else. So the scholar may recommend the book, but he will tell you, okay, there are some mistakes here, make sure you study it with the teacher who knows Aqeedah and so forth. Likewise in other subjects. So we're going to read some books, I might mention some books, but it doesn't mean that everything inside it is going to be 100% all the time. Okay. He says, as for Tawheed, he says, Al-Usul al-Thalatha, or Thalathatul Usul. In the Arabic, he says, Thalathatul Usul. In the English, he says, Al-Usul al-Thalatha. These are slightly different. Thalathatul Usul is the one that we know. Qawaid al-Arba'. Then Kashf al-Shubuhat. Then Kitab al-Tawheed. Slightly different order. ثلاثة الأصول قواعد الأربعة كتاب التوحيد and then كشف الشبهات. Why? Because كشف الشبهات, it deals with doubts that people that give aspects of worship to some of their saints or whatever, scholars and so forth, they have doubts, they bring you doubts. So what the Shaykh done in that book, he brings what the replies that they have and he gives you the answer to their doubts. But normally, it's important for a person to have good tawheed before he studies that book, so that he doesn't get confused by these doubts. So you start with Kitab al-Tawheed before Kashf al-Shubuhat. So Usul al-Thalatha, or Thalathat al-Usul, Al-Qawaid al-Arba', Kitab al-Tawheed, and then Kashf al-Shubuhat. Okay. Thalathat al-Usul, all of these three are by Shaykh Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. Thalathat al-Usul, Shaykh Uthaymin mentions, and I'll ask you, deals with what? The three questions in the grave. But the book can be split into 5 parts. So you have 3 masail or 4 masail that we all need to know, which are taken from Surah Al-Asr. And then he mentions 3 points that we should know, which is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us, i.e. Tawheed al-Rububiyyah, and that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not pleased with worship being directed to other than Him, i.e. Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah. And then he mentions that whoever does the first 2, whoever singles out Allah in His Lordship and the second one in His Lordship, in His worship, then for sure whoever opposes the deen, and that person who does that, i.e. these 2 points, and the person who goes against Islam, who has an enmity for Islam, these 2 cannot have friendship. They cannot have a close companionship. Someone who hates Islam, goes against it, and somebody who gives the rights of Allah and His Lordship and worship, then those 2 cannot be close friends. It will not happen, it cannot occur. Especially, how can the person be your friend if he has enmity? So that was the second section of the book. And then the author mentions the importance of Tawheed. Okay, where he mentions that the Hanifiyya, the Millata Ibrahim, is that you worship Allah alone. And then he mentions the 3 principles, which is the bulk of the book, and then he mentions a conclusion. Qawaid al-Arba' has an introduction, which are you can say, the keys of happiness. And then he mentions the importance of Tawheed and the dangers of Shirk. And then what he does is brings 4 principles from the Quran to help a person understand and distinguish what Shirk is. So he mentions that the mushrikeen in the time of the Prophet ﷺ, they believed that Allah was the Lord, He was the creator, the sustainer. So this is not what shirk was for them. That's not what the mistake was. Likewise, they said we worship these, we give acts of worship to these things besides Allah. Why? Or to these objects or people besides Allah. Why? To seek closeness to Allah. Not because we believe that they are the creator, but to want to get close to Allah. We worship them for intercession or that they may benefit us to get closer to Allah. And number 3, so that highlights to us what? That the mushrikeen in the time of the Prophet ﷺ, Allah mentioned that they disbelieved and they committed shirk, even though they only worshipped or they only gave acts of worship to those objects or people. Why? To get closer to Allah. It's not that they said we worship these as lords besides Allah. They didn't believe that they were the same level as Allah. And then the third point that the author mentions there is that the Prophet ﷺ came to people that worshipped different type of things. Some of them worshipped the sun and the moon. Some of them worshipped people, righteous people like the prophets, like Isa. Some of them worshipped righteous people like the people at the time of Nuh. And some of them worshipped trees. They sought barakah from trees, so blessings from trees. And then the last point that he mentions in Qawaid al-Arba is that the mushrikeen in the time of the Prophet ﷺ that the Quran speaks about, they used to do shirk in times of ease, but in times of hardship, they used to call out on Allah alone. Whereas many of the people that fall into this in our time, they call out to other than Allah in both times of ease and hardship. So from that angle, they are worse. They do shirk more often from that angle. Kashf al-Shubahat, we mentioned, deals with the doubts that these people bring. What's the relationship between Qawaid al-Arba and Kashf al-Shubahat? Good. They both refute the mushrikeen. So Qawaid al-Arba is like a summary. It's like the essence, you could say, of Kashf al-Shubahat. Kashf al-Shubahat expands on it. It gives you a lot more detail. So if you look at Kashf al-Shubahat, he gives you these principles. He starts off and mentions that from the time of Nuh, how did shirk come? And he also mentions that the mushrikeen used to believe that Allah was the Lord. And he gives you more ayat than Qawaid al-Arba. Qawaid al-Arba only gives you one ayah from Surah Yunus. Whereas Kashf al-Shubahat, he mentions more ayat and from Surah al-Mu'minun and Surah al-Mu'minin and so forth at the end. And then he gives you more doubts, gives you more doubts and their replies. And likewise, Kitab al-Tawheed is, you could say, is almost like a continuation or it's an expoundation of Usul al-Thalatha, Thalathat al-Usul. Thalathat al-Usul is building up your iman, building up your creed. What do you believe in? Allah as Lord, the Prophet ﷺ is the messenger, who was he, and what was this deen that came with. And Kitab al-Tawheed expands upon the rights of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So 66 or 67 chapters, depending if you count the first one as a chapter, wherein the author mentions majority, most of it is to do with the rights of Allah in ibadah, uluhiyya. And there is one chapter also on asma wa sifat, and then a couple of other chapters on the rights of Allah, who he is basically in his lordship. Then the author goes on to mention, after having mentioned that, with regards to Tawheed of Asma wa Sifat, he says, Al-Aqeedah al-Wasitiyya. Al-Aqeedah al-Wasitiyya, Shaykh Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah ta'ala mentions Aqeedah. Aqeedah is wider than Tawheed, if you want to look at it from a more specific angle. Aqeedah includes the arkan of Iman. Tawheed is to do with the rights of Allah. But Aqeedah deals with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, belief in Allah, belief in the books, belief in the angels, belief in the Day of Judgment, belief in the prophets, belief in Qadr. And Shaykh al-Islam rahimahullah Ibn Taymiyyah mentions these in Aqeedah al-Wasitiyya. You can summarize it or you can split it into 6 parts. So there's an introduction when he brings about principles. So we believe in the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, names and attributes, how he described himself and how the Prophet ﷺ described him without okay, bila kayf comes after, bila ta'til wala tahrif, ta'wil, tamthil. Ta'wil comes under tahrif. Yeah. So without any negation, no distortion, no similitude, not asking how. We believe in Allah's names and attributes in that way. And we affirm what Allah affirmed for Himself and the Prophet ﷺ affirmed for him, and negate what Allah negated for Himself and what the Prophet ﷺ negated for Him. Yes? Not in any detail. You might mention in passing in some of the ayat, but not in detail. Allah knows best. Then, after he mentions these principles in introduction, then the author rahimahullah ta'ala brings about ayat and ahadith, or the next section, section 2 is ayat from the Quran, mention names and attributes of Allah. A list of names and attributes. And then he mentions in part 3, ahadith, adillah from the hadith of the Prophet, from the Sunnah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, about ayat, about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, names and attributes of Allah from hadith. Then he goes on to mention the belief of Ahl Sunnah in different aspects. So in the speech of Allah, with regards to what Ahl Sunnah believe with regards to the Day of Judgment, the different things that are going to occur, and that is under the arkan the rukn of iman, arkan al iman bil yawm al akhir. Also about what we believe about or how we view the companions, Ahl Bayt. Also how we use the names and terminologies in the deen. So when someone is a believer but he has a major sin, what is he called? Or if somebody, for example, the different groups, if somebody does a major sin, there are groups that will say that he's out of Islam, like the Khawarij. And there are some people that say a person's iman is not affected by sin, like the Murji'ah. So he discusses that there as well. Then the 4th section of the book, he discusses the way of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. So how they deal with people, how they act, how they follow the Prophet ﷺ. So here he discusses al-amru bil ma'ruf, al-amru bil ma'rufi wal nahyi anil munkar. Also here he discusses the fact that they follow the Prophet ﷺ inwardly and outwardly, in the belief that a person has and in the action that the person does, and so on. And then he concludes with a conclusion. So he says here Aqeedah al-Wasatiyah. Then he says Aqeedah al-Hamawiyah and al-Tadmuriyah. Ibn Al Uthaymin rahimahullah ta'ala mentions with regards to these two, that from one angle, these two, Hamawiyah and Tadmuriyah, are more detailed, they are longer than Wasatiyah. And these names are from you could say the best way of understanding these names is that they are taken from where the question came to the author. So Shaykh Islam Ibn Taymiyyah, questions came to him and he would write an answer, and these became books. So the Wasatiyah, the answer came from Wasit. Hamawiyah from that place. Tadmuriyah from that place. Okay. Hamawiyah and Tadmuriyah are more detailed than Wasatiyah from one angle, but they are less broad. So Wasatiyah, I told you, deals with a lot of things that we just mentioned. Hamawiyah and Tadmuriyah deal with mainly just the names and attribute and qadr. They don't deal with the other things. So you can say what they deal with is less, but in more detail. So they are bigger in terms of the detail, but they are not as wide in terms of the spectrum of topics. And then he mentions here, after that he says, At-Tahawiyah, along with his explanation. When you hear its explanation, Tahawiyah with its explanation, the explanation of At-Tahawiyah is by Al-Izz, Ibn Abd al-Izz. Naam, Jazakallah khair. So that's then well known. When you hear its explanation, that's what it's referring to. So Tahawiyah is a book from the early generations of Islam, and it was explained later on. Tahawiyah deals with the different, is similar in the spectrum wise as Wasatiyah, but it's earlier than Ibn Taymiyyah. So some of the wordings are not going to be the same. And there are some phrases there that people of innovation try to use to interpret in their way. So it's important when you read Tahawiyah, you read it with a sharh that will make it clear. Ibn Baz rahimahullah has footnotes on it. Shaykh Albani has footnotes on it. And there's Al-Fawzan also has footnotes and explanation on it. And then its explanation is quite big in comparison. Shaykh Uthaymin says, Al-Fa in the Arabic says, فَالطَّحَوِيَّةِ Al-Fa huna lit-tartib. Fa here is indicating that it should be done after. I.e., you do wasatiyah, then you do hamawiyah tadmuriyah, and then you go to tahawiyah with its explanation. The explanation, as I said, is quite a book that takes some effort to go through. So that's Asma wa Sifat. Okay, Arabic grammar. He says Al-Ajrumiyah. Al-Ajrumiyah. Notice here the author what he says. He says, number one, Al-Ajrumiyah. Then Mulhatul I'rab. Then Qatrul Nada. And then Alfiyat ibn Malik. Okay? So how many books? 4, he said. And when he said Alfiyat ibn Malik, he says what with it? Explanation of Ibn Aqil. There's different explanation. Ibn Hisham also has an explanation on it. Let's see what Shaykh Uthaymin says. As for Al-Ajrumiyah, I think most of you have heard of it and come across. It's not that many pages. It's quite a straightforward book. Of course, depending on the explanation you read, it gets longer. Some explanation is going to be 100 pages. Some, like Al-Makwudi, some explanations are going to be 200 pages, 300, Ibn Al Uthaymin, and so forth. Mulhatul I'rab is a poem by Al-Hariri. And it's a nice poem, it's easy to read. It has a line, Shaykh Uthaymin says, it has a line which is very famous. The line goes, وَإِن تَجِدْ عَيْبًا فَسُدَّ الْخَلَلَ فَجَلَّ مَنْ لَا عَيْبَ فِيهِ وَعَلَى. Where the author mentioned it in his poem. If you find a mistake or a defect within this poem, فَسُدُّ الْخَلَلَ, then close the gap, i.e. fill in the mistake. فَجَلَّ مَنْ لَا عَيْبَ فِيهِ وَعَلَى. Because glorified is the one who has no defects, and exalted is he. I.e. he's saying, I'm a human. If you find a mistake in my book, fix it, write a note and say there was a mistake here and so forth. Because glory only belongs to Allah. I'm not going to be perfect. It's like putting his excuse forward before even giving out the book. And what Shaykh Uthaymin says, you find that this line, people use it in the end of their books because they're going to make mistakes, so they've taken this line from him. And then after Mulhatul I'rab, the person goes to Qatrul Nada. Qatrul Nada is a short type of book, and the Shaykh Ibn Hisham has his own sharh, which is a bit long, but it's beneficial. Let's read what Shaykh Uthaymin said, and then I'll add my own notes on there. فَالَّذِي أَخْتَارُهُ لِطَالِبِ الْعِلْمِ, what I choose, what I advise and pick for a student of knowledge, أن يبدأ بالآجرومية, that he begins with Ajrumiyah. ثم ألفية ابن مالك. ثم ألفية ابن مالك. ثم ألفية ابن مالك. And then that he goes to Alfiyat ibn Malik. حفظها, that he memorized Alfiyat ibn Malik. وسماع شرحها من عالم بالنحو, and that he listens to an explanation from a scholar of Nahu who is knowledgeable in Nahu. وفيها الخير الكثير. And in it is much benefit. So he disagrees with the author. The author mentions 4 books. He says, no, after Ajrumiyah, go straight to Alfiyah. And he mentions also on page 91, هكذا ذكر المؤلف. The author mentioned this like this. لكني أقول, but I say, الآجرمية ثم يرتقي الطالب إلى الألفية. The person does Ajrumiyah, then he goes up to Alfiyah. أما أن نحشو الأذهان بكتب هي كالتكرار لأولها فلا حاجة. As for that, we make the mind busy with books that are same as the first one and is like repetition, then there's no need for that. So he's saying don't go from Ajrumiyah to Mulhat al-I'rab to Qatr al-Nada and then to Alfiyah. Don't do that. Just go from Ajrumiyah to Alfiyah. Which advice do you think is better? First one, Ajrumiyah, then Mulha, then Qatr al-Nada, then Alfiyah. Depends how much time you have, yeah? We want a quick... I don't know. Yeah, I don't have a clue. But well, okay, now I'll give you answer. You have to give my answer. You agree with Shaykh Abu Bakr bin Zayd, yeah? Say Bakr bin Zayd. Yes? You know?
Very hard to jump. For me, it's the book assessment.
It depends on whose sharh you take. If you have someone like Shaykh Ibn Al Uthaymin, who's going to teach you Al-Jurumiyah in detail, and then he's going to teach you Alfiyah and bring you up, raise you up, go ahead. But if you have someone, but if you don't, it's going to be hard. If somebody in the UK who doesn't know Arabic is going to do Ajrumiyah and then think that they can just do Alfiyah, number one, where are you going to find a teacher who has the time? There are people that can teach it, but who's going to have the time for you? Because not many people are going to study it. You're probably going to be the only person there. So number one, the time. And even the teacher has to prepare himself most likely. You're not going to find someone who doesn't need preparation to teach Alfiyah in the UK. Allahu Alam. Because they're busy. And number two, if you find someone, they're going to have to prepare, or they're not going to, it's going to be difficult to find someone who's going to do it with you in detail. I raise you up like a teacher who's got time. So it seems like it's difficult. Yeah. So you have to look for an alternative that helps the person to get to the Alfiyah level. But, so that's how you can understand the answers. Shaykh Uthaymin is talking in a way that what he can do, he can bring students to that. But if you haven't got students that can do that, maybe not Mulha, but Qatr al-Nada, maybe you go to Ajrumiyah at the easy introduction, easy sharh, then go to Qatr al-Nada, is a bit easier than Alfiyah. But the question also is, does the person have the patience for it? That's one of the things, the factors that we said before is going to determine what you study. Because all these resources are available online for free. But have you got this discipline to sit and study it online? That's the question. So that's also something to take into consideration. Then he mentions hadith. As for hadith, the author says Al-Arba'in al-Nawawiyah, then Umdat al-Ahkam, then Bulugh al-Maram, then Al-Muntaqa. And after all that, then you go to the 6 compilations of hadith. So how many books was that? 1, Arba'in Nawawi, 2, Umdat al-Ahkam, 3, Bulugh al-Maram, 4, Muntaqa al-Akhbar, 5, the 6 books of hadith. Shaykh Uthaymin rahimahullah ta'ala says, when he's commenting on the 40 hadith of An-Nawawi, هذا الكتاب طيب لأن فيه آدابا ومنهجا جيدا وقواعد مفيدة جدا منها قوله صلى الله عليه وسلم من حسن إسلام المرء تركه ما لا يعنيه فهذه قاعدة لو جعلتها الطريق الذي تمشي عليه وتسير عليه لكانت كافية. وفي النطق and as for pronunciation or what you say, من كان يؤمن بالله واليوم الآخر فليقل خيرا أو ليصمت. So he says this is a very good book. In it, I don't know it's 40 hadith, which is 42 or 43 hadith, depending how you count it. Is a very beneficial book. It's a good book. And it has manners, and it has a way for a person to be. So for example, he says, and he has principles which are beneficial. He says, for example, the statement of the Prophet ﷺ, from the perfection of one's Islam is that he leaves that which does not concern him. Also, with regards to the speech of a person, the principle that whoever believes in Allah and the last day, let him speak good or keep silent. And Nawawi rahimahullah ta'ala compiled these hadith from previous compilation of Ibn Salah, which had 26 hadith. And then he added more hadith. And something that is not often read, which would be good to read for a student of knowledge, is that the book has 3 parts. It has an introduction that Nawawi wrote, rahimahullah. Then it has the 42 or so hadith. And then it has of what? Good. It mentions, there's a part, the last part is a chapter that Nawawi rahimahullah wrote, which clarifies the words in some of those hadith. Normally, the 40 hadith that we see in English doesn't have those, the first part and this last part. It only has the 40 hadith with the translation. But if you get hold of the Arabic and you get the introduction, read it. It's very beneficial. And likewise, the last part of the book, where it has, for each hadith, you mention hadith 1, this is the wording, this wording here, this is how it's pronounced, the harakat on some of the words which may not be clear, and their meanings. Hadith 2, hadith 3, and you'll go through different hadith in that way. As a side point, then I'll mention it here, I was going to mention it after. If you go to, I'll try to put it in the WhatsApp group, inshallah. Not the WhatsApp, the Telegram group. If you download, or if you can buy, Mutun Talib al-Ilm, but the big one, not the small pocket ones, the big one which has the side notes or the hawashi, the footnotes. In that one, and Nawawi's 40 hadith has the introduction and the ending. Likewise, Kitab al-Tawheed in that print has the Masail. Whereas in the print that's for memorization, I assume that the Shaykh doesn't expect you to memorize the introduction and the ending. That's why he doesn't put it in. He just puts you what he wants you to memorize. Whereas in the big book, you can download it free from his website, and you can also buy it as a book. It's good to have, because there it's going to be, it's more beneficial. Then he says, okay, after these 40 hadith, Umdatul Ahkam, and then Bulugh al-Maram. We've already mentioned something about these two books. They're both dealing with hadith of ahkam. You find that the scholars, they paid very close attention to the wordings of the hadith which deal with rulings. Why? Because the rulings will be affected by the words. So you find also that they would spend extra time memorizing these, paying more attention to these hadith. So Bulugh al-Maram takes a hadith from the different books of hadith. Umdatul Ahkam, what the author done, and there's different versions of it as well. Umdatul Ahkam, the author stuck to books which are either mentioned in Bukhari and Muslim, or both of them. So from one angle it's easier because it's less hadith and you don't have to worry about the authenticity. But from another angle, Bulugh al-Maram is better because it's going to be wider, i.e. you're going to have more hadith to have evidences from, and the author rahimahullah, he brought the part of the hadith which you need. The part of the hadith which you need. And even though the hadith are of different levels, i.e. some of them may not be authentic and so forth, he tends to mention their grading most of the time. So here Shaykh Uthaymin says, وَأَرَى أَن يَقْتَصِرَ عَلَى بُلُوغِ الْمَرَامِ. What I see, my view is that the student of knowledge will suffice himself, or that he stops at Bulugh al-Maram. He doesn't go to Umdatul Ahkam. لأن عمدة الأحكام داخلة في بلوغ المرام. Because Umdatul Ahkam, most of it is going to be within Bulugh al-Maram anyway. The main points of Umdatul Ahkam, those are hadith that the main hadith are going to be in Bulugh al-Maram. So if you study Bulugh al-Maram, it's as if you got Umdatul Ahkam within it. وأكثر أحاديثها مأخوذة في موجودة في بلوغ المرام. And many of its hadith of Umdatul Ahkam are found in Bulugh al-Maram. فبلوغ المرام أوسع منها وأشد تحبيرا. So Bulugh al-Maram is wider than it, and it is is more depth, it's more in depth. Now then he says this: إذا لم تستطع شيئا فدعه وجاوزه إلى ما تستطيع. Something that Shaykh Ibn Al Uthaymin used to say. If you cannot do something, then leave it and go to something that you can do. Okay. This argument Shaykh Ibn Al Uthaymin now mentioned for Bulugh al-Maram is good points. But what if the student hasn't got the patience to do Bulugh al-Maram? He's not going to memorize it all. Then at least do Umdat al-Ahkam. And this is the argument that some of the scholars would mention for Umdat al-Ahkam. They say start with Nawawi's 40 hadith, then go to Umdat al-Ahkam. And then if you still got strength, then go to Bulugh al-Maram to memorize as you go along. Why? Because you may stop. At least if you stop at Umdat al-Ahkam, you've got a full book. Whereas if you do the same amount of hadith in Bulugh al-Maram, 400 or 500 hadith, you haven't even got all the chapters in the fiqh. At least with Umdat al-Ahkam, you'll have an evidence for the different chapters of fiqh. But if you stop on 500 of Bulugh al-Maram, you're only gone halfway or less than that. Get it? So the other chapters of fiqh, you won't have anything for them in terms of memorized. So that's the argument that they would mention. If you have a child who's smart enough and who's young enough, and you can push him, he's got family support and everything, Bulugh al-Maram is good. But if the family support is not there and so forth, 40 hadith, after he's finished Quran, 40 hadith, and maybe Umdah will benefit. So it's less for him, less difficulty. As for yourself, as adults, a person knows himself. The problem that we have in English, Umdatul Ahkam, I haven't seen it translated and widely spread like Bulugh al-Maram. Bulugh al-Maram is widely spread. Likewise in English, although you're going to be studying Arabic, sometimes you want to just listen to English stuff. So you find that a lot of the students of knowledge, they will explain Bulugh al-Maram more than Umdatul Ahkam. In English, yeah. Is it English, yeah? Okay. So how many chances? But it's only going to be one. Yeah. So it's not the same like Bulugh al-Maram. But even the explanations are not going to be there in English as much. Obviously, as I mentioned, as students of knowledge, the person is going to try to do it in Arabic anyway. But sometimes you want to hear something in English, especially if you haven't got the passion enough to do Bulugh, that means you're going to be a bit more relaxed. So then English is going to be needed. Don't worry too much about it. I don't think it's going to be that deep. Maybe they read the book. Allahu alam. I don't know. I don't know which messages are doing what, but yeah, I don't know. But Umdatul Ahkam is nice. Shaykh Uthaymin has a sharh of it. I think he's got two explanations of it. One of them is really nice because the way Shaykh Uthaymin wrote, sometimes he wrote for colleges. So he does it in a way which is easy to read, clear. He organizes it very well. So, but again, he has also explanation of Bulugh al-Maram. So whichever way you want to go, just make sure you stick to something. Don't start and stop, and don't get anything. Yeah. If you can't do all of it, like Shaykh Uthaymin says, then do something that you can do. If you can't do Bulugh al-Maram, if you don't think you got the patience for it, then do Umdatul Ahkam, no problem. But do it properly. Maybe you're going to be another translator of it. Maybe you're going to be the first person in English you write explanation. Don't think it's impossible. If you start from now and you do something beneficial, you'll find benefits. No, it totally depends. That's another issue. How the teacher teaches. This is one of the biggest problems that we have. How teachers teach. If you go too in depth, most people are confused. So that's another issue. Okay. Then the author mentions science of hadith. So these, what we mentioned previously. Okay, some scholars will say after Bulugh al-Maram, you see you have here Muntaqa al-Akhbar here. This is what Nail al-Awtar is explaining. Some of the universities, they put this book, Muntaqa al-Akhbar, as the Muqarrar, as the book that is meant to be studied, okay, as the syllabus, you could say, for that university. So that's why it became, from among some people, famous. It's much bigger than Bulugh al-Maram. Some of them will say after Bulugh al-Maram, you go to Riyadh al-Salihin. Riyadh al-Salihin. Which not only has fiqh, but it has other subjects. Sabr, fear of Allah, taqwa, and so forth. A lot of different things, which is a very beneficial book. We should all have Riyadh al-Salihin and try to read it often. Even with the families, it's good to read. It's very beneficial. What An-Nawawi rahimahullah does, you bring the chapter or the section heading, some ayat on that topic, and then a hadith on that from the different books of hadith. So it's very good. Then after that, the 6 books of hadith. And then you find other teachers will do differently. A point that I forgot to mention at the start, when you talk about what books to study, we're going through this list, right? All of this, or most of it, is dependent on the teacher. There's no point you saying, I want to study this book, I'm going to study, and you don't have no one to teach you. I'm going to study Umdatul Fiqh. No, Umdatul Ahkam. I'm not going to study Bulugh. But all the teachers available to you are all teaching Bulugh. So you're going to wait years for you to find a teacher? Or the opposite. I'm going to study Bulugh. No, I'm going to study Bulugh al-Maram. And all of the teachers are teaching Umdatul Ahkam. Why make it difficult for yourself? So all of what we're mentioning now is dependent upon what teachers you have available to you. So teachers are resources. What books you have available to you, what shuruh you have available to you, what teachers you have available to you. If you have a teacher who's going to teach you a book that you may not be that keen on, or you wish you'd done something differently, but that teacher is going to teach you it well, go to that. Don't waste time saying, I'm not going to it because that's not the book that I wanted. Okay, Science of Hadith. The Shaykh says, or the author says, Nukhbat al-Fikr, and then Alfiyatul Iraqi. Nukhbat al-Fikr, and then Alfiyatul Iraqi. Nukhbat al-Fikr is a short book. Shaykh Uthaymin praises it a lot. He says, and it's a book that is deserving of praise. He says, رسالة نخبة الفكر تقع في 3 صفحات تقريبا. This book is about roughly 3 or 4 pages. لكنها نخبة إذا فهمها طالب العلم نخبة إذا فهمها طالب العلم تماما وأتقنها فهي تغني عن كتب كثيرة في المصطلح. But if a person understands this book and he masters it, he knows it very well, then this short book will suffice him in comparison to many other books. He will not need many other books if he understands this نخبة الفكر very well. لأنها مضبوطة تماما وطريقته في تأليفها مفيدة وهي الصبر والتقسيم. أكثر المؤلفات يأتي الكلام فيها مرسلا لكنه اختار هذه الطريقة. ومثال ذلك, and then he gives an example. Because the way that the author mentions things is like he's putting things into categories and separating things in ways that make sense to you. He says many other books you find, and then when you go to the history of how the books of hadith were written, if you read Nuzhatun Nadhar, which is the sharh of Nukhbat al-Fikr by the author himself, Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, he wrote Nukhbat al-Fikr. He put it together. And he explained it in a book called Nuzhatun Nadhar. Okay. He mentions there how people wrote books of hadith previously. Okay. What he says, or what you do when you study that, you find that many of the books, the authors would just say to you, okay, hadith sahih, what they mention by what they mean by this is this and this. Okay, hadith hasan, what they mean by this is this and this. It's just chapter after chapter, like that. Whereas in Nukhba, what the author done is, he organizes things by categorizing them. He says, an example Shaykh gives here, الخبر إما أن يكون له طرق محصورة بعدد أو غير محصورة والمحصورة بعدد كذا وكذا. He says, a narration will either come with a specified number of pathways or without specified number of pathways. The one that comes without the specified number is called mutawatir. The one that comes with specified number is further subcategorized into 3. It's called ahad, and it can either be mashhur or aziz, or gharib. So he gives you like a categorization. So this makes it easier for many people to know which words go with which. Instead of just saying aziz is this is this, it gives you kind of like an overview or how things are connected, a map, mind map. So this is something that's very beneficial. So he says here, فَتَجِدُ الْإِنسَانِ إِذَا قَرَأَهَا يَجِدُ نَشَاطًا. You find that the student or the person, when he reads this book, نخبة الفكر, he will find some sort of enthusiasm or energy for it. لأنها مبنية على إثارة العقل وأقول يحسن بطالب العلم أن يحفظها لأنها مفيدة في علم المصطلح. Because this book, it makes sense to you how things are put together, and it is appropriate and it is good for the student of knowledge to memorize it. نخبة الفكر. Then the author says ألفية العراقي التبصرة ألفية العراقي. There's another Alfiya which is by As-Suyuti, but Alfiyat al-Iraqi inshallah is better. Alfiyat al-Suyuti, rahimahullah, Shaykh Muhammad Adam al Ethiopia has explained it. So you can read it and refer and see where it differs from Alfiyat al-Iraqi. But again, it depends upon the teacher. It's quite difficult to do by yourself or by oneself in terms of discipline. He says here, Shaykh Uthaymin adds here, وَهِيَ مَنْظُومَةٌ مُطَوَّلَةٌ. It is a poem which is long, 1,000 or so lines poetry. لكن أرى أن طالب العلم يقتصر على فهمها. But I see that the student of knowledge suffices himself or stops himself with just memorizing it, understanding it. Alfiyat al-Iraqi, he reads and understands it. He reads an explanation. Alfiyat al-Iraqi has an explanation which is called Fath al-Mughith by As-Sakhawi, which is 5 or so volumes. وأنه لا حاجة إلى حفظها فهناك متون أهم منها. And there is no need for the person to memorize it. There are many books, or there are other books that are more important in it, in terms of, I'm assuming, in terms of memorization. There are other teachers that will tell you differently. So, Nukhbat al-Fikr, then you read Nuzhat al-Nadhr. Did anyone hear about a book called Tadrib al-Rawi? Tadrib al-Rawi. If I remember correctly, I think in Medina University they used it for the science, the College of Hadith was the kind of main book in the science of Hadith. Tadrib al-Rawi, which is by As-Suyuti. An-Nawawi rahimahullah, what he done is, he had a book called Irshad at-Tullab. It has a longer name, which was about Hadith. And then he summarized it in a book called At-Taqrib wa Taysir. So he summarized his own book. Yeah? An-Nawawi. And then As-Suyuti explained that summary. So An-Nawawi had a book called Irshad at-Tullab. He summarized it himself in Taqrib wa Taysir. And As-Suyuti then explained that in Tadrib al-Rawi fi Taqrib or Sharh Taqrib al-Nawawi. Tadrib al-Rawi. No, is explanation of. So An-Nawawi wrote a book, Irshad al-Tullab. And then he summarized himself, An-Nawawi summarized that book or made it smaller in Taqrib, At-Taqrib wa Taysir. And then what As-Suyuti done is he explained At-Taqrib in a book called Tadrib al-Rawi, Sharh Taqrib al-Nawawi, or something along those lines. So some teachers will take you like that. Alfiyatul Iraqi is a summary, or not a summary, it's a poem version of a book which is the Muqaddimah, which is a main book you could say, of Ibn Salah. Muqaddimah of Ibn Salah in Hadith. Muqaddimah of Ibn Salah. Normally, when you want to understand something, you study a book which is written normally. And when you want to memorize something, you memorize the poem version. So, For example, Nukhbat al-Fikr is small, so the Shaykh said memorize it. But say you couldn't memorize the book because you struggled to memorize words. Then what you do, you memorize a poem of Nukhbat al-Fikr and you go to Nukhbat al-Fikr to understand it, because it's easier to understand normal words than poetry. Yeah. Okay. Then he mentions, as for fiqh, then آداب المشي إلى الصلاة. This is what they will study. Then after that, زاد المستقنع by Hajjawi. By Al-Hajjawi. Then he says what? Or Umdatul Fiqh. And then Al-Muqni' for differences. Differences what? Within the madhab. And then Al-Mughni for differences at advanced level. And these three are by Ibn Qudama. Which three? Umdatul Fiqh, Al-Muqni' and Al-Mughni. Shaykh Uthaymin mentions here. So notice now, before etiquettes of walking to the Salah, there's another book called Shurut al-Salah, which is shorter. Shurut al-Salah by Shaykh Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. Then etiquettes of walking to Salah, which has etiquettes of walking to Salah, how to pray, what breaks the Salah, Salatul Jama'ah, the Salatul Eid, the different types of Salawat. Then he talks about Janazah. Then he talks about Zakah, and talks about fasting. He doesn't mention Hajj. And so they will do it. After that, they go to Zad al-Mustaqni'. Or you find other teachers, what they used to do, Umdatul Fiqh, and then Al-Muqni', and then Al-Mughni. Why did look, these three books are by Ibn Qudama. Ibn Qudama. Why he wrote three books? He wrote actually 4 books. He wrote another book called Al-Kafi. This is to help the student go up. Okay? So, Umdatul Fiqh is an easy book. It's not that long. It's straightforward. Sometimes he might mention a hadith or so. Easy, simple book. And then you have Al-Muqni', which is now have differences. Why didn't you just say, okay, let's just start with the Muqni'? It's going to be too difficult for students. And we see that in our areas. Sometimes you find a brother or a sister, they know 3 or 4 opinions on the beard, or 3 or 4 opinions on maybe different types of water, yes? But if you ask them about another chapter of fiqh, they're clueless. Or if you ask them which is the right opinion, they don't know. Like, they don't have a firm idea. Why? Because their mind has become confused by differences. So normally you find the student, when he learns, he'll learn one opinion with the evidence. He'll build himself up. Then you go to the next level up, and then to the next level up. When you study fiqh, the first level, what are you looking to do? What should you be focusing on? The what? Qawl of the Shaykh. But what about his qawl? The ahkam, but no, not the mu'tamad, no. What? Yeah, but what about the issue? Yeah, okay, you get it, yeah? Okay, you have to understand the issue. It sounds very simple, but why is it important? It's important because sometimes people read, they go to a lesson, and they don't really understand what the issue was that has been discussed, or how the issues can differ to other issues. So, tasawwur al-masala, you have to be able to picture or understand what is being mentioned. After that, then the second step is to know the evidence. But you can't know the evidence if you don't even know what the evidence is for. But this is the dalil. Dalil for what? I'm not sure. It doesn't make sense. Now this sounds like it doesn't make sense, but when you see people make this mistake, you'll be like, you'll understand what it means. I'll give you an example. Somebody said, You cannot say Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You cannot say Sayyidina. But they read that in a fatwa, but didn't understand what they were reading. What it meant is in the adhkar that was given to us, which is tawqifi, like in salah, in the adhan, you cannot add this. Some people, they add it. We're not allowed to add this because it didn't come down like that. So when you say at-tahiyyat, Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala, you can't say Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad. Clear? In the adhan, you cannot say that, you cannot add that. So the scholars mention you can't. But someone misunderstood and said to people, it's a bid'ah for you to say this outside of these times. So did they understand the issue at hand? No. So sometimes we take this point for granted, but it's a very important point. Because when we misunderstand these issues, what happens is that we make the religion difficult when it's not meant to be difficult, or we make some of the rules disappear without realizing. Yeah, it's already something that people are trying their best to follow in some situations, and we're making it more confusing. Why? Because we want to talk about evidence and this, but first we need to make sure we understand. I'll give you an example. Sometimes people come with a question. They say, I heard a sound from my stomach. Does my wudu broken? Because the Prophet ﷺ said, don't leave the salah until you hear something. Question is clear? What's the answer? Huh? Why? The passing of wind. Where does the wind pass? The backside. That's why the scholars say al-khariju min as-sabilayn. Not al-khariju min makanin akhar. Yes? So is what comes from the two parts. Okay? So that is helps a person to understand. Likewise, okay, what's the difference because the time is going, what's the difference between someone who says the conditions of salah are, for the validity of salah are, for example, I mentioned 3. Sanity, covering the awrah, the right time. Okay, and I mentioned 3 others. The conditions of salah are puberty, not puberty, sorry, tamyiz, age of understanding, tamyiz, the entrance of time, and covering the awrah. Was there a difference between the 2? Was one of them correct? The list that I gave you 2 lists. Was one of them correct and the other incorrect, or they're both correct? I'll say again. We forgot. The first one, we said sanity, the right time, and covering the awrah. That's 3. There's more than that, but I'm just giving you 3. And the second list I gave was tamyiz, so the age of understanding, the entrance of time, and covering the awrah. They're both naqis. No, of course, they're not full lists. But I'm saying in these 3 conditions that I mentioned, is there any difference that you noticed? Okay, other than that? Okay, but what's the difference? Like, does it make a difference? I'm talking about that difference that make a difference. No? Okay, and other than tartib. Okay, yes, give us the answer. You've heard it before? Or? Yeah, and the other one? I think I'm going to take his miswakan. There's no? Okay, so what difference does it make? No, that's still correct time. No. But you're getting close, that's very close. No. So let me give you an example. Like dhuhr. Let's say it's from 1 until 4. And then the time is finished. So after 4, is it a correct time? No. So if I say, from the conditions of the validity of the salah, is that it has to be prayed in the correct time. If someone wakes up at 10 past 4, would their salah be valid? No. But if I say, from the conditions of the validity of the salah is the entrance of time, if they wake up at 4, would their salah be valid? It will still be valid because the time has entered. He entered at 1. Although he has gone out, it doesn't affect. Is that clear? So there's a subtle difference. If someone said, for the salah to be valid, it has to be prayed in its right time. That means you can never make it up after. Whereas if you say from the salah to be valid, it has to after the entrance of time or after the time entrance. Then even if you pray late, it can still be valid. So why is this important? The point is that normally the books that scholars have written, is going to also touch upon that later on, they tend to have been sifted through. Other scholars have commented on it. And they say, okay, the Shaykh should not mention this here. Obviously with ihtiram, with respect, but they will clarify the mistakes. Or they themselves will have written it after many years of teaching and realize I shouldn't say it this way, I say it this way. After thinking about it a lot. Yeah? They do tarjih. Even before they write the book. So for example, imagine you teach. And when you teach something, you notice the students, most of them misunderstood you. What are you going to do? You're going to send a different way. You're going to fix your... You say, I'm going to think of a better example. So imagine if you keep doing that for 10 years, 20 years. When you go to write your book now, it's gone through many editions before you've even given it out. So the scholars, when they do this, that's what we say that we have to respect. Because they've done this for years. So when they come to teach now, it's not going to be that someone is teaching for the first time or is putting pen to paper for the first time. Okay. Then he mentions here, in usul al-fiqh, in principles of fiqh, al-waraqat by al-Juwayni and rawdat al-nadhir, rawdat al-nadhir by Ibn Qudama. Shaykh Uthaymin rahimahullah ta'ala mentions here, وهي الورقات, he says, وهي اسمها ورقات صغيرة. It is a few pages. It's not that many pages. Very short book. لكن ذكر بعدها روضة الناظر والفرق بينهما بعيد كبير. The difference between روضة الناظر والورقات and then روضة الناظر is big. So Shaykh Uthaymin says here, he recommends a different book. He says here, لكن هناك كتب مختصرة في أصول الفقه جيدة. But there are many books which are summarized in usul al-fiqh which are better or which are good. يمكن أن يعتمد الإنسان عليها. It's possible for a person to rely upon these or to make these books his foundation. وربما تغنيه أيضا عن روضة الناظر. And perhaps it will also suffice him, these books will be enough for him, he won't need روضة الناظر. وأصول الفقه هي القواعد والضوابط التي يتوسل الإنسان بها إلى معرفة استنباط الأحكام الشرعية من أدلتها التفصيلية. And then he explains what usul al-fiqh deals with. Usul al-fiqh deals with principles and regulations that a person uses in order to be able to extract the rulings from the Islamic evidences. So he is able to get the Islamic rulings for the Islamic evidences. As a side point here, Shaykh Ibn Al Uthaymin, he has a book called Al Usul min Ilm Al Usul. Very good book, because as I mentioned before, the way that he organizes things is for a syllabus or similar style of learning that we have. So it's, and alhamdulillah, the way he organizes things is very nice, mashallah. So he will bring you what the issue is, or he brings you, for example, the title, for example, Al-Am. And then he explains what is Al-Am. He gives you a definition. And then he says, okay, this definition, what does it exclude for us? It excludes this, this, and this. Okay, what are the different types of wordings which indicate to us Am, or styles that indicate Am, such, 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 such. Okay, what do we understand? What do we take from it? When do we apply it? Some principles with regards to it. So it's a very good book, Al-Usul min Ilm Al-Usul. And with many of Shaykh Uthaymin's books, he explained it himself, and his explanation is in audio. So you can listen, which helps with the Arabic listening skills, as well as read, which helps you with putting the harakat and being able to follow along. What else are we going to say? With Usul al-Fiqh, there's also many other books which are beneficial. I thought he would mention it here, but I think maybe it's somewhere else in the book, or I might have gone past it, which is a book which he praises a lot, which is called Mukhtasar al-Tahrir. Mukhtasar al-Tahrir, which is a book in Usul al-Fiqh. And the Shaykh explained it, or explained the book to a certain point, and then he passed away, rahimahullah. So his explanation is not finished. But there's another explanation which is Al-Kawkabul Munir, which is quite long, 4 big volumes. But you find also on YouTube, you can find other teachers that have explained it, sometimes in long, sometimes in short. And there are other books that are also beneficial in Usul al-Fiqh. Ma'aqid al-Usul is one. Shaykh Sa'd al-Shithri has explained it, which is normally his explanations are very kind of organized and nice, easy to follow along. Then he mentions also laws of inheritance. This is known as fara'id. Fara'id. Here he mentions one book, Ar-Rahabiyya, which is a poem. And Shaykh Uthaymin, Shaykh bin Baz has an explanation called Al-Fawaid Al-Jaliyah. Shaykh Uthaymin here mentions another book. Al-Burhaniyah. And he says that it's better than Rahabiyah from a number of angles. And Shaykh himself, rahimahullah, has an explanation of it. Shaykh Uthaymin himself has an explanation of it. It's approximately 112 lines from what I found. In the Sharh on page 95, you can find the reasons that Shaykh Uthaymin gives for why he thinks this book is better. As for okay, it's like, for example, Tajweed and Arabic. Arabic as a subject is overarching, or it encompasses Tajweed. Yeah. So in the old books of Arabic, you find they speak about the sifat of the huruf and the makharij and so forth. But due to its importance, it was taken out and made its own books were written for it. Same with Fara'id. Fara'id is part of fiqh. So in some books of fiqh, you will find that they have inheritance and so forth. But then, what the scholars done, due to the importance of this science, they took it out as its own subject, wrote poems about it and explanations on it. Yeah. And I think Ar-Rahabiyya also has a book, if I'm not mistaken, by Shaykh Salih Al-Fawzan, which is kind of adding extra points and not examples, but practices on how to do inheritance. As for tafsir, the author mentions Tafsir Ibn Kathir, Tafsir Ibn Kathir, which is known as Tafsir Al-Quran Al-Azim. The only issue for many of us, in Usul al-Fiqh there is a good book also called Maraqi al-Su'ud, which was explained by the author of Adwa'ul Bayan in 2 volumes. Maraqi al-Su'ud is a poem in Usul al-Fiqh. It's about 1,000 something lines, and it was explained by Shaykh Shanqiti rahimahullah, the author of Adwa al-Bayan. Okay, in tafsir, Shaykh Muhammad Adam also has a poem in Usul al-Fiqh, which is about 3,000 something lines. Okay, in tafsir, he mentions Tafsir Ibn Kathir. In English, we have summarized versions of it, abridged versions. So they take certain parts out. Sometimes they might take the isnads out. Is it closed or not? Okay. So it's abridged versions of it. But if I wanted to find a good print for it, but I didn't have time to write it down. But if a person, a student of knowledge, gets used to reading Tafsir Ibn Kathir, is beneficial, very beneficial. Let's see what Shaykh Uthaymin rahimahullah ta'ala says. هو جيد بالنسبة للتفسير بالأثر. It is beneficial, it is good from the angle of, or with regards to, tafsir which depends upon narrations. So there's different styles of tafsir. There's tafsir which is narration-based tafsir, i.e. from the Prophet ﷺ, from the Salaf, companions. And there's other tafsir which depend, or which focus primarily on grammar, for example, the language. There's other tafsir which focus on the rulings that can be taken out. So ahkam, for example, Al-Qurtubi rahimahullah. There's other tafsirs which focus on balagha, the eloquence of the Quran. Why did Allah mention this in this way, and so forth. Yeah. So from the angle of athar, then it's beneficial. لكنه قليل الفائدة في أوجه الإعراب والبلاغة. But it is not, or it is small in benefit from the angle of al-i'rab, from the grammar angle. Ibn Kathir, when he wrote this tafsir, doesn't spend a lot of time explaining the grammar of the ayah. What is the mubtada, what is the khabar, why is it mansoob, why is it marfu, and what does the effect this, and so forth. How is this connected to this, and so on. No balagha, the eloquence type of aspect. وخير ما قرأت في أوجه الإعراب والبلاغة, and the best of what I have, or from the best of what I have written, or have seen, I have read in balagha and i'rab, is Al-Kashaf للزمخشري. Al-Kashaf للزمخشري. وكل من بعده عيال عليه, and whoever came after him is dependent or leans upon him, or dependent upon him. فتجد عبارة الزمخشري منقولة نقلا. Sometimes you find that the statements of Zamakhshari are in the other books, just there quoted. لكن تفسير الزمخشري فيه بلايا في العقيدة لأنه معتزلي. But تفسير الزمخشري has travesties or catastrophes within it, because he was from the Mu'tazili deviated sect. He had these views. So sometimes you find that he will add things in there that are based upon his views. So he's explaining part of the Quran based upon the Aqeedah that he had. So that's why you might find some scholars, they will say for the student of knowledge not to read this book, especially at the start. Because sometimes you won't know, or we won't know, the mistake until after it's been given and you think it's right. I'll give you an example. Even in Arabic language, how you define kalam and how you speak about kalam maybe can be manipulated by somebody who has a view on kalam that is contrary to the way of Ahlul Sunnah. So they will explain to you kalam can be divided into two. Kalam which is on the tongue, and kalam nafsi. And they say the Quran is kalamun nafsi. So this Quran we have now is ibara, and they'll start to bring Ash'ari and these type of points. So even with the language, sometimes you have to be careful where you're taking the knowledge from. Some people think, oh, it's okay. Even if you go, and there's the next section, the Shaykh talks about, the author and even Shaykh Uthaymin speak about learning from a person of innovation. So that's in the next part. Okay? But even when you read books or learn, then you have to be aware that this information, misunderstanding can come even in subjects which you may think have nothing to do with Aqeedah. So a person has to be aware of that. So he said Tafsir Ibn Kathir, and then he mentioned Tafsir al-Zamakhshari. Also for us now, a nice book to read, a nice tafsir to read, and you find that Shaykh al-Sa'di rahimahullah has kind of summarized and compiled many of different views in other tafsir into his tafsir. And it's easy to read in Arabic, it's not difficult, and it's been translated in English. But of course, when you read the translation in English and you read the Arabic, you're going to say there's things missing, or this could be translated differently. That's how translation is. No matter who you are, most of the time, you can translate something in a good way, but then somebody else will come and see that same Arabic and see different angles that you may have missed. Or even you as a translator, you know that you can't translate everything, otherwise a sentence will come into 3 paragraphs. So you have a thing where you have to make a decision on what to keep and what to keep out. But even if you get the English for your family, maybe they don't speak Arabic, your kids or whatever, and they read the English, there'll probably be some benefit. I haven't read all of it myself, but I've seen some parts of it. But try to get a good print of Tafsir al-Sa'di and have it in the house. It's very beneficial. His style is nice, it's easy to read, it's contemporary, so the language is similar. And Tafsir Ibn Kathir is beneficial. Tafsir of Ibn Uthaymin is nice. If you can find his tafsir of different surahs, it's good. It's not full Quran, it's nice. The only thing that sometimes may be problematic, when you read, I think because it's taken from the tape, there's going to be parts where the student's talking and he says, the Talib says this, and some of the speech is missing. So it might be a bit difficult from that angle. Another issue is, sometimes Shaykh Uthaymin goes into grammar. So sometimes it can be difficult. Yeah, it can be, some people might love it, but some people might struggle. You find it difficult. So just be aware of that. But otherwise, it's very nice. Then he says, as for principles of tafsir, usul al-tafsir, then al-muqaddimah by Shaykh Ibn Al Uthaymin by Shaykh Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah ta'ala, which is a small book where the author rahimahullah talks about different principles of how tafsir is done. I would add here, personally speaking, Shaykh Uthaymin's book Usul fi at-Tafsir is going to be much easier to read and is well organized. Usul fi at-Tafsir. The Shaykh has 2 sections at the start. One section is called Quran, and he mentions 6 points there. And then he has another section which is called Tafsir. He mentions 6 points or 5 points there. And then he mentions different points. From them, for example, he gives a short biography of some of the 3 or 4 companions that were well known for tafsir. Ali ibn Abi Talib, for example, Abdullah ibn Abbas, and I think Abdullah ibn Mas'ud or Mu'adh ibn Jabal, one of those 2. And then he mentions there's a couple of students of theirs. And then he goes on to mentions the Quran as mutashabih and muhkam, and how to deal with the mutashabih and muhkam. He also mentions stories in the Quran. What do we understand about stories in the Quran? Why are there different types? Why is the story told from in different places, in different ways, and so forth? So he mentions all of this. So these are principles that help somebody to be able to understand tafsir, and also in the future, if they become a scholar, to do tafsir. So if you want to learn tafsir, to know what the ayah says, you go to a book of tafsir. That's like the end result of what that scholars come with. If you want to become someone who's a mufassir, you need to understand the rules of tafsir. How to make tafsir. That's what usul tafsir deals with. The rules and principles, aspects of knowledge that you need in order to be able to make tafsir. And that also helps you to be able to know which tafsir is stronger. Sometimes you might have tafsir here, another tafsir here. How do you know which is stronger? You look at the usul. Same with fiqh. Some people think if I learn fiqh, a book of fiqh, I'll become a faqih. Faqih, you have to have usul fiqh. Because you can learn someone's opinion, but unless you know how he got to that opinion, you won't be able to replicate it. So a book of fiqh is like the answer. Usul fiqh is like the working out. It shows you how to get to the answer. Clear? So you will not be able to give a fatwa unless you have some usul fiqh. What about the early generations? The early generation, they need to study as a subject because it was natural to them. Like now in English, I don't need to tell you the difference between this word and that word because you're an English speaker, native English speaker, so you know the difference. You know when I say don't touch a book, that means you can't touch any book. But if I say give me a book, that means you can give me just one book. I don't have to tell you one is am and one is mutlaq, but that's what it is in usul al-fiqh. But I didn't have to tell you that because you know that. Yeah, it's natural to you. So that's nafi fi an-nakira fi siyaq an-nafi. Don't touch a book. That's the principle in usul al-tafsir, usul al-fiqh. But you didn't have to learn that in English. You just knew it because you grew up. Same with the Sahaba time. They knew it. They didn't have to have these terms for it. Yeah. So that's with usul al-fiqh. Same. So with usul al-tafsir, similar. Shaykh Uthaymin has a book called Usul fi Tafsir. And again, he explained it on tape and it's written into a book. So it's even easy to follow along. As a side point here, we can add, there is a subject called Ulum al-Quran. Ulum al-Quran are the sciences of the Quran. It's like Mustalah al-Hadith. Ulum al-Quran, you can say one of the main books to go back to is Al-Itqan fi Ulum al-Quran by As-Suyuti. And there is a poem, before you go, that's a kind of a further level, but a beginner level is a poem which is taken from a book called An-Nuqaya. An-Nuqaya is a book by Suyuti rahimahullah, which has different sciences in it. So what some of the scholars done is they took this science of Ulum al-Quran from that book and studied that only and explained that. Because As-Suyuti has in that book, for example, Aqeedah, but the Aqeedah has Ash'ari and other mistakes in there. So you don't take that. But they took from An-Nuqaya, they took the part of Usul, the part of Ulum al-Quran. And what they done, other scholars done, is they made it into a poem, which is referred to as Zamzami. Manzumatu Zamzami or Zamzamiyah, which is taken from An-Nuqaya. So that's a beginner level book in Ulum al-Quran. Well, kind of, they can in some ways, but they'll still need a lot of work. It's like, for example, if I study a beginner's book in usul al-fiqh, would that mean that I can just look at the Quran and be able to take rulings from it? No. So it's same like that. Yeah. But when you read a book of fiqh, you will understand it better. You will understand how did that scholar get to that. When you read a book of tafsir, you understand now Ibn Kathir says this and this. There are differences which don't contradict. Then you can understand both, and you'll have different principles like that. Yeah. And there may be parts of the Quran you'll understand when it says it's Makki, you understand why this is Makki, the stylistics, and why this is Madani. Yeah. So there are aspects you'll get better at understanding, but not straight away understand all of it. Yeah. Okay. Is for after or now? Okay. Sira, do you have a question? Okay. Sira. He says here, the author says here, Mukhtasar Sirat ibn al-Nabawiyya by Muhammad ibn Wahhab. So, Mukhtasar means it's a summary. So then it's summarized from where? Sirat ibn Hisham. Oh, it says here in English as well. And its origin by Ibn Hisham. And then you have also Zad al-Ma'ad by Ibn al-Qayyim. And Shaykh Muhammad Abdul Wahhab has also summarized that. He summarized Zad al-Ma'ad. It depends. It depends on a lot of factors. From them is what was the point of the summarization. Sometimes they summarize and clarify points. So Ibn Hisham's book is very old, so the language may be difficult. The summary may make it easier. Or sometimes the summary, what it does for the person is take out some of the difficult names. So then, yeah, it's going to be easier for the beginner student. So it depends. Yeah. Okay, so we have the Seerah of Ibn Hisham, which is one of the main books of Seerah. Seerah has things which are correct and things which are not correct, i.e. things which are authentic and things which are not authentic. It's about the biography of the Prophet ﷺ, but the scholars were more relaxed when it came to Seerah than they were with Hadith. So some of the narrations, some of the events did not have chains of narrations and so forth. Even before you go to the Mukhtasar Seerah of An-Nabawiyah, then you have a poem called Al-Urjuzatul Mi'iyah, which is 100 lines of poetry, which has been explained by many contemporaries. And that some of them say that that's taken from a book called Al-Fusul fi Sirati Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam by Ibn Kathir. Ibn Kathir. So you can read that. And there's also an Alfiyah when it comes to Sirah by by Al-Iraqi. He wrote 1,000 lines of poetry on different things that happened, different things about the Prophet ﷺ, his name, his children, and so forth, and also his description, and also different things that happened in his life. Al-Urjuzatul Mi'iyah, some of the explainers say that it's from Al-Fusul by Ibn Kathir. What does he say at the start? Yeah, he says, وَهَاكَ سِيرَةَ الرَّسُولِ أُرْجُزَةٌ ثم صلاة على المختار سيرة الرسول منظومة موجزة الفصول. It's a poem which it's a summary or abbreviation or making easy al-fusul. Some of them say al-fusul here is referring to fusul of Ibn Kathir. Some of them say it is mufassal, i.e. he's giving you sections year by year, because in the poem he goes the first year and second year and so forth. So depending on whatever you take. But the point is Ibn Kathir has a book called Al-Fusul fi Sirati Rasul. He mentions the main aspects of the Sirah, and then he also mentions some aspects of the Prophet ﷺ. So something that was special to him, things which about his description and so forth. And then we said also there's Alfiyatul Iraqi, which is mentioned is Nazm al-Durar al-Siniyah fi Sirat al-Zakiyah. And then also there's a book called Shama'il Muhammadiyah, which is also beneficial. Then the author goes on to mention Arabic language. He says special attention will be given to the Mu'allaqat al-Sab'. The Mu'allaqat al-Sab' are said to be poems that were hanged on the Kaaba because of their high level of eloquence. So in the olden days, the Arabs were known for their eloquence, and they used to say poetry. And some of the poetry was so good that they used to hang it on the Kaaba. And these later was, or not later, but they were memorized by people and known by people, and then they were kept by the Muslims, to keep the language. So from these mu'allaqat you find words, you find styles and so on that scholars use to indicate grammatical rules, to indicate wordings that are used, i.e. the words types, and to indicate the, you can say, how they were in that time. The awzan of the poetry, so the scales of the poem, how this, the pattern of the poem that will go. And then Allahu Alam is just 10. I think there's just 3 added. And Shaykh Uthaymin mentions here, says, هي قصائد من أجمع القصائد وأحسنها وأروعها اختارتها قريش لتعلق في الكعبة ولذا تسمى المعلقات. They are from the best and nicest and you can say most amazing poetry that Quraysh chose to be hanged upon the Kaaba. ولما ذكر ابن كثير رحمه الله تعالى اللامية لأبي طالب, and Ibn Kathir mentioned in his book, I'm assuming Al-Bidayah wal-Nihaya, Al-Bidayah wal-Nihaya, a book of Ibn Kathir, he mentioned a poem which Abu Talib recited. Abu Talib was the uncle of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who looked after the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam from young. He mentioned this poem that Abu Talib said, and Ibn Kathir then said, هذه اللامية يحق أن تكون من المعلقات. This lamiyah is so good that it has the right, it is worthy of being amongst the mu'allaqat, these highly revered or highly looked up to poems. لأنها أقوى منها, because it is more stronger, it is more powerful than them. I.e. the way that it is composed, what Abu Talib is saying, it has an impact. وأعظم وفيها يقول أبو طالب لقد علموا أن ابننا لا مكذب لدينا ولا يعنى بقول الأباطل. They for sure have come to know that our son, this son of ours, is not disbelieved from us. We don't say that he's lying. ولا يعنى بقول الأباطل, and he does not seek help from the sorcerers. And he, Shaykh Uthaymin says, يعني الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم. He is meaning the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم. وهذه شهادة للرسول. And this is a testimony from Abu Talib to the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم بأنه صادق, that he was truthful. لكن هذه الشهادة من أبي طالب لم تستلزم القبول والإذعان. But this testimony from Abu Talib did not necessitate that he was accepting of the religion, that he submitted to the religion of Islam. فلذلك لم تنفعه وخذل عند موته. Allah al-Musta'an. And for that reason, because it doesn't necessitate that he accepted Islam, we can see that it did not benefit him. Even though he said that this son of ours, i.e. the Prophet, because he brought him up, he is not someone who we disbelieve in. He is not disbelieved in front of us, amongst us. Nor is he someone who is seeking the help of the sorcerers. This testimony, i.e. that the Prophet ﷺ is truthful in what he's claiming, he's a truthful person, it did not benefit Abu Talib. He didn't enter into Islam. And he was betrayed, or he was left in his death, a time of death. فكان النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم يقول, the Prophet ﷺ used to say, قل لا إله إلا الله, say لا إله إلا الله, ولكنه لم يقل نسأل الله العافية, but he did not say it. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for his to keep us well and to not test us with disbelief. Ameen. So if you look online, you can hear it on YouTube. It's a nice poem. ثم قال, then the author also said, قاموس, dictionary by Al-Fayruz Abadi. Shaykh Uthaymin says here, he says, i.e. what the author must mean here is that you just go back to the قاموس, you go back to dictionary. أما قراءة القاموس فمهما قرأت لا تستفيد الفائدة المرجوة، لكن فيه مقدمات مشروحة جيدة في الصرف لو قرأها الإنسان يكون ذلك طيبا. Remember at the start of this book we said that the author, Shaykh Bakr, his Arabic is hard. Yeah? I don't know if you were here. You were here? Yeah. But he mentions that his Arabic is tough. And he says, Shaykh Uthaymin says, I don't think that he's trying to make it difficult because the words go together. So when he says reading the Qamus, maybe the author of maybe he done that. Yeah? But Shaykh Uthaymin say, no, you don't need to do that. If you're going to just sit and read the dictionary, you're not going to get that much benefit, Shaykh Uthaymin is saying. But rather you go back to it. But at the start of dictionaries, like these classical dictionaries, for example, Al-Qamus, if you read the introduction, and to be honest with you, one thing that will benefit a person in his studies or her studies is to read the introduction of main books, of the good books. Okay? To read the introductions. Why? Because you get a lot of understanding, especially when you read summaries. How did the person summarize the book? What did he look at? What did he take out? What was the reason? Or even in normal books that are not summarized, what is the aim of the author? What is he trying to get at? And also read the content page. The content page normally comes at the back of the Fahris. What is it talking about? What are the mawdu'at of the book? Then you know. So then at least before you put the book in your library, which is what's one of the advices that's going to come later on, before you put your book in your library or on your shelf, you know that this book contains this. You have an idea. So whenever you need to know about that topic, you go back to that book. He's saying here, the dictionaries, especially the classical dictionaries, they have a lot of benefits with regards to especially sarf, because they're going to tell you how the book is sectioned. So some dictionaries are, when you want to find the word, you have to go to the root. You can't just look for kitab, you go from kataba. And then he gives you the different ways that the word is made from kataba. Some dictionaries, believe it or not, work backwards. They don't give you in English we go from A, and when you want to look for example, when you want to look for a word that starts with A, you go to A, right? And you go A and they start with A. In some dictionaries, they go backwards. So under, for example, ba, they will have words that finish with ba, not start with ba. Why? No, not because that's where Arab happens. Why would you need to know, even in English, why would you need to know the word ending? What would be the benefit of knowing how a word ends? When you want to make it rhyme. Yeah? So those dictionaries will help you if you write poetry, because then you can find a word that ends with that line, yeah? Good. So knowing different types of dictionaries, especially the classical ones, and how they done that. And you find some people that love language, they memorize dictionaries and they memorize the beginning of dictionaries. Here the author rahimahullah ta'ala says, and sometimes when you find this, these are questions. When you listen to the audio of this is an audio as well. Download the PDF, buy this book if you can. If you're going to be a student, buy this book of Shaykh Uthaymin, explanation, and listen also, so you can listen and follow along. You find that people are asking questions from different parts of the world. You hear the phone ringing. Are you guys listening? Yeah, we're listening. Oh, the phone can't run out. And not like us now, FaceTime is, that time they're struggling. Can you guys hear us? Yes, we can hear you. Okay, Sheikh, we have questions. And they ask the questions. So one of the questions was about, I think it was non-Arabic speakers, native. So they're struggling with Arabic grammar. Even the natives struggle with the grammar, but non-natives. So they were saying that some of the students, when you tell them that they have to study Arabic first, they give up. Shaykh Uthaymin gives answers and he helps you to know these answers. He says, وَهُنَا مَسْأَلَةٌ تَتَعَلَّقُ بِعِلْمِ النَّحْوِ وَاللُّغَةِ وَهِيَ. And here is an issue which is connected to knowing the Arabic grammar and language. Anybody who needs to go, you're free to go. 8 o'clock has come, so you don't have to stay. We're going a bit over. We have a bit longer to left. Maybe we're going to finish a bit early in terms of this section and we'll do it another time. But let's read a couple of points. بعض طلبة العلم يتكاسل في تعلم النحو لصعوبته. Some of the students of knowledge, they are relaxed when it comes to learning grammar due to its difficulty, and especially if the teacher makes it difficult. والجواب أن نقول, and the answer is that we say لا بأس أن يبدأ لا بأس أن يبدأ بغيره قبله ولا يضر. It is no problem if the person begins with other than it, with other than the grammar, and it's not going to hurt him. وَكَمْ مِنْ عُلَمَاءٍ فُقَهَاء يُشَارُ إِلَيْهِ بِالْبَنَانِ. And how many scholars which are knowledgeable people of fiqh, they are pointed to with their fingers, i.e. they are looked up to. يلحنون في فقههم لكن لا شك أن علم العربية يلحنون في فقههم. They make mistake or in their pronunciations. لكن لا شك أن علم العربية يعين على فهم القرآن والسنة. But is no doubt that knowledge of the Arabic language helps in understanding the Quran and the Sunnah. ويجمل الكلام, and it makes the speech beautiful. فلو سمعت رجلا يقول جاء زيد راكب. So if you hear a person saying Zayd came whilst riding, but here it's not supposed to be Zaydan, it's supposed to be Zaydun. So it sounds wrong. لمججت الكلام مع أن المعنى واضح عند المتكلم. It will feel weird, and even though the meaning is clear for the person, but it feels weird. وكثير من الناس يضيق صدره جدا إذا سمع قارئا يلحن. And many people, when they hear a reader making mistakes, when they read things, they put مرفوع منصوب and منصوب مرفوع, and then they feel uncomfortable. لكن كما قال مشايخنا إن النحو بابه من حديد وجوفه من قصب، يعني أنه سهل فادخل الباب والباقي يكون سهلا عليك. وهذا حقيقة لا سيما إذا وفق الإنسان لمعلم يكثر ضرب الأمثلة فإنه يسهل عليه علم النحو. But نحو, see, Arabic grammar is, at the start is hard, but later on it gets easier. And this is especially true if a person is given a teacher, is guided to a teacher that makes the knowledge easier for him. For example, by giving a lot of examples. And this is one of the mistakes that we have. We have people that sometimes, and we're talking about students of knowledge, we're not talking about Arabic as a hobby. People that say, I want to speak Arabic, كيف حالك, أنا بخير, alhamdulillah. Not that. We're talking about students of knowledge that are learning Arabic to understand the Quran and the Sunnah. You have to know grammar, basic level. But sometimes, what happens is, if you don't have enough speech or enough understanding, you won't understand the grammatical points because you won't be able to picture them. So there has to be a balance. Not that you spend so many years trying to learn to speak and then you don't speak and you don't understand grammar. Nor that you try to focus on grammar so much that you understand principles but you can't put them into practice at all. Or you can't understand them fully because you don't have any understanding or any idea of hearing Arabic or being able to understand when you read Arabic. So you have to have both, balance between the both. Another question which came up is, we mentioned ancient Arabic poetry, right? A question that came up on the phone was, what about if somebody, because this is not non-Islamic poetry, what if somebody, when he reads the ancient Arabic poetry, he feels a certain way? Because the Arabic poetry is sometimes very explicit, exotic. So for us, we're thinking, how can it be? Because we're desensitized, yeah? But imagine there's no TV, you don't see anything inappropriate. When you hear stuff, it might affect the person. Shaykh Uthaymin says, الإنسان الذي لا يحركه هذا الغزل فلا بأس من قراءتها وأما الذي يحركه ويخشى على نفسه منه فليتجنب. The one who is not going to be affected by hearing these stories that he hears in the poetry, then if he's not going to be affected by it, then there's no problem for him to read this. But the person who is going to read it and he's going to start imagining and picturing is going to affect him, and maybe he's not married and so on, then it's better that he does not read this. And then the author goes on to say, and with this they will study the long compilations such as Tarikh of Ibn Jarir and Ibn Kathir, Ibn Kathir's book on history. That's number one. And they also would concentrate on the works of Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn al-Qayyim, and the books and fatwa of the Imams of the Da'wah, especially their writings in Aqeedah. Here the author mentioned a number of things. Shaykh Uthaymin mentions here that here the author has mentioned books that are with regards to his context in their area. He says, وَقَدْ يَكُونُ مَا يُسَاوِيهَا أَوْ يُشَابِهُهَا فِي الْأَقْطَارِ الْأُخْرَى. It may be that in other areas, there might be books that are similar to it, or that are the same level as it. So don't be someone that says, I have to study this particular book. It may be that in your area another book is there. If it does the job, then that's sufficient. Don't be thinking that you have to study this book by this sheikh, by this thing. Okay? Likewise, the sheikh says, a couple of important points, then we finish. Another, just before we go. Here, the author didn't mention any books about etiquettes, about purifying your soul. Why? Hifdul Quran has got everything inside. Okay, but before, in other than book, what about further studies? Yeah, but even this book is constant. Allah knows best. I just was thinking about this on the way. One of the hardest things that you struggle, that some people may struggle with, is if you don't travel, which is something that I think is, you can say, one of the most needed thing is purifying yourself. Because when you grow up, when a person grows up in a non-Islamic way, or in a non-Islamic environment, maybe they have a practicing family, but they're bombarded with different things. It takes a lot of work to purify, to not act in a certain way, to not think in a certain way, to know how to think. But normally, that's going to happen by having a mentor. So that's with your teacher. So your teacher is going to give you what books to study in that. Your teacher is going to be the living example. Of course, they're not going to be perfect, like we said. Everybody after the Prophet ﷺ will have some things that are accepted and some things that are rejected. But we're talking about in general. The teacher is going to be an example. So he would pick what books to read in that thing and so forth. Yeah. But also the works of Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn Al Qayyim, they have a lot of that anyway. So you find that you have Ibn Al Qayyim rahimahullah ta'ala has books on Ad-Da' wa Dawa, and before that even Risalatu Tabukiyya or Tariqatul Hijrataini, which he mentions. Also, other than that, Ibn Taymiyyah has a Risala, for example, on the heart and the diseases of the heart. So these are books that a person needs to also study. It's very important for us, especially, to read these books, to make sure that we ponder over what we're reading, to work on the inner self. There's a nice book called Minhaj al-Qasidin. Okay, Mukhtasar Minhaj al-Qasidin, if I remember correctly. That's an important book to read. It's a nice book in Arabic. Parts of it I think have been translated in English, but try to get the Arabic and read it. What the author does there, which is a summary of a book by Ibn al-Jawzi, who itself was a summary taken from Ihya Ulumuddin by Al-Ghazali. So Ibn al-Jawzi took that book and took the weak hadith out and so forth, or the things that were not correct, and then that was further summarized in Mukhtasar Minhaj al-Qasidin. What that book does, it talks about actions of the heart. It talks about also the actions that we do, salah, fasting, but from a spiritual aspect, from an aspect of etiquettes, from an aspect of, okay, fasting is this in fiqh, but what's the next level up? Or what's the higher level up? That's what it talks about in that book. It talks about hajj, it talks about sadaqah, it talks about marriage, it talks about all well, not all, but many aspects of life, and helps you, gets you to think about how we should try to be being higher. Here, the author says, gives here a schedule. So this is how they used to be engaged in seeking knowledge within gatherers knowledge from after Fajr until forenoon. Then they will take a nap just before Dhuhr, and the lesson will be held after the 5 daily prayers. Obviously here, that's not going to happen unless in some places where you have some teachers that used to teach 3 or 4 times a day, but otherwise no. In here, what you need to pay attention to here, or what we should pay attention to in this section here, is how do we schedule our day? Of course, we have work, we have kids, we have whatever we need to do. But a general thing to keep in mind, there are certain subjects that need your brain power a lot. There are certain subjects that need your brain power less. From them, for example, usul fiqh, you need to be awake. Nahu, you need to be awake. Sarf, you need to be awake. When you read, for example, biographies of people, you don't need to be as awake. You can read that before you go sleep. A biography of somebody, the biography of the Prophet ﷺ, if you're studying as a subject, then you need to be a bit awake. But if you want to just read things to motivate you, biographies or history, you can be before sleeping. If you want to read tafsir, you can do when you're not too, you don't have to be fully awake, but you're not too tired. So you look at it from that angle. When are you best? When you're most active in your brain power, then you take the hard subjects that you need to study hard. When you have less power, but you're not fully tired, then you take those subjects that are not as difficult, but they still require some thinking. When you are fully tired, before you go to sleep, before you take your nap, then you read a subject that's easy. History, biographies, and so forth. That's what we can take from here. Last point before we finish. Here the author rahimahullah ta'ala mentions the seeker of knowledge also used to be well-mannered and have plenty of mutual respect along with self-esteem. Okay, let's see what the Arabic says. Izzatin nafs, self-esteem. What does it mean here? Respecting, we have a balance, we need to have a balance. So most of the students that I come across in the UK, they don't respect the class, they don't respect the teacher, they don't respect their studies. That's the reality. And there are very few, but it's mainly, you could say, people from different methodologies who have a respect that is beyond the level required and becomes a kind of lack of self-respect. So bowing, prostrating to the teacher, this type of level of extreme. Okay? So here the Shaykh is saying you have to have respect, but also self-esteem. I don't put yourself down to the point that you're nothing to the teacher, like you're not a human. Yeah? You have to have a balance. Okay? But I think we need to, so say these are the two sides of the extreme, not having respect and having excessive level which is against Islam and is putting yourself down beyond the human level. I think we're more to this side, we need to come here. Yeah. So that means we need to go towards the middle. We're too much on the not enough respect, and we need to go to the respect. What does that mean? That means coming to lesson on time. That means if you go into a class, you need to have the PDF ready. You need to have the book ready. If you don't have the book, you have the PDF. No, you come to class, anyone have this? Or anyone have a pen? Anyone? No, that's not respect for the class. You should go to the class before the teacher goes there. You should not come late. Of course, if there's a reason, it's different. Okay? You should listen to the lesson. If you're listening from home, you should be dressed properly. Of course, according to the level. If you have kids running around, it's different. It's not the same. But if you are just home, you got your feet up, you're relaxing, that's not seeking knowledge. Maybe you're just relaxing and listening to something beneficial at the same time. But it's not seeking knowledge. Yeah? So there's a respect there. There's etiquette. But along with the etiquette is to have self-respect. Okay. Then he says, and were upon the way of the Salaf. For this reason they achieved and reached their aims. Many of them became recognized scholars, and all praise is due to Allah alone, Lord of the worlds. He says here, so is it not time to call for the return of the traditional methods of seeking knowledge by studying and memorizing concise, reliable books, and not just relying upon understanding alone, nor upon pre-prepared pamphlets? It is these two things that cause the seeker to become lost and neither memorize nor understand. And it is Allah alone whom we seek help from. Notice now these two things here. Studying, memorizing. What are you doing that with? Concise, reliable books. And not relying upon understanding. Forgetting memorizing. Don't just rely on understanding. nor upon pre-prepared pamphlets. Here is important points to say, and then we'll stop. Shaykh Ibn Al Uthaymin says, هذا صحيح لأن المذكرات قد يكون واضعها ممن لا يعرف من هذا الفن إلا المعرفة السطحية. This is true because those people who put these pamphlets together, what is pamphlets? Sometimes when you go to uni or you go to certain dauras, you have like a new person who is new to knowledge, i.e. he's a PhD or professor, for that, not 20, 30, 40 years. He might put something for the students to refer back to. That is not the same as a matan. That is not the same as Zad al-Mustaqni'. That is not the same as al-Ajrumiyah. That is not going to be the same as al-Jazariyah. Okay? Don't mix between the two. Of course, there's going to be some books which are going to be good books that level, but that's not the same as just regular pamphlets that people make. So Shaykh Ibn Al Uthaymin says, be careful. Don't rely upon books which are prepared because they are prepared by somebody who may just have a surface level of knowledge. Remember that we discussed about the difference between saying entrance of time and the right time. Someone who may be new in knowledge, they'll say right time. They might not notice the difference between entrance of time and right time. If you sit and memorize these words that are wrong, that are not accurate, very accurate, you end up missing parts of knowledge. So the person has to be careful. Study and memorize concise, reliable books. Books that hundreds of scholars have read before you and have analyzed and have explained and have looked at. Shaykh Uthaymin then says, وما ذكره المؤلف, and what the author has mentioned من الحفظ, of memorization, فالحفظ هو الأصل. Memorizing, that is the foundation. فعلم بلا حفظ يزول سريعا. Knowledge without memorization will pass quickly. وكانوا يخدعوننا لما كنا في الطلب, and they used to deceive us when we used to be seeking knowledge. بقولهم, by saying, with their statement, لا تتعب نفسك بحفظ المتن. Don't make yourself tired by memorizing the matan. This is what Shaykh Ibn Al Uthaymin says. When he used to study, they used to say to them, he says, they deceived by saying this. Don't make yourself tired by memorizing. Why are you repeating this so often? Don't make yourself tired. You don't need to memorize it. There's plenty of copies you can PDF download. Why you to memorize? عليك بالفهم الفهم الفهم. Upon you just to understand it. Just understand. Shaykh Uthaymin said they used to deceive us with this. لكننا وجدنا أننا لم نحفظ شيئا إلا ما كان عندنا من حفظ سابق. But what we realized and we have found is that we have not preserved anything except that which was memorized, or that which we memorized previously. What he memorized when he was young and studying is what has remained with him. You can read a lot of books. In school, you read a lot of books. But how much of it do you remember? But the nursery rhymes that you memorize, you still remember them. True or not? Whether you try to forget them, you remember them. You hear them, you remember them. Yes? So stuff that you memorize, it stays with you. Obviously you have to revise, but if you just read a lot, you understand at that time, but unless you're using it and revising it, you're going to forget. Shaykh Uthaymin finishes off by saying, فَنَفَعَنَا اللَّهُ تَعَالَى بِمَا حَفِظْنَا مِنَ الْمُتُونِ. And Allah blessed us and benefited us with what we had memorized from the mutun. ولولا أن الله نفعنا بذلك لضاع علينا علم كثير فلا تغتر بمن يقول الفهم ولهذا استغفر الله ولهذا هؤلاء الدعاة إلى الفهم لو سألتهم أو ناقشتهم لوجدتهم ضعفاء في العلم ليس عندهم إلا علم ضحل. And that's why you find, if had it not been for the favor of Allah upon us, and that Allah benefited us with what we had memorized, we would have lost a lot of knowledge. So do not be deceived by those people that say, understand. I only worry about understanding things. Don't worry about memorizing. Because those people that say that that just call you to understand things without memorizing, they, if you were to ask them, if you were to debate them on certain issues, you will find that they will be very weak. They will be very weak. They will not have strong knowledge. It will be something that is just kind of like a mirage. They kind of know certain bits, they can say certain things, but in application of it, they won't know it, and they will have forgot many things. So what you take from that is two things. When you study, memorize what you study in the matan, and number two, understand it. Don't go one or the other, both. Doesn't mean memorize everything, but the matan. When you study tajweed, memorize tuhfa, memorize jazariya, one of the two, or memorize jazariya. It will stay in your mind, and understand it. Make sure you revise the understanding. Likewise, if you do kitab al-tawheed, take time to memorize it. Bit by bit. Don't sit there trying to memorize everything, but bit by bit. Don't try to memorize everything, but the key points that you need to know, memorize them and you will get them. We stop there. Person says, for the student studying Zad al-Mustaqni, do you recommend we study Muqni' and Mughni, or just stick with Zad? No, stick with Zad, and your teacher will tell you when to go to Muqni' and Mughni, if they tell you to go there. But there's different pathways. That some teachers will tell you go to Bidayatul Mujtahid, and other than that. It depends on many factors. But whoever you're studying Azad al-Mustaqni' with, or Zad al-Mustaqni' with, they will be advising you. It's best that you ask them. They will give you a test on what you're studying, and they will advise you. Ibn Salah's book, Al-Muqaddimah. But I know we didn't write from that book. Oh, okay, you mean in Nawawi's 40 hadith? He doesn't mention, if you go to the explanation of Ibn Rajab, explanation of Nawawi's 40 hadith by Ibn Rajab, Jami' al-Ulum al-Hikam, there he mentions that Ibn Salah used to have 26 hadith which were called Kulliyat al-Hadith, or something along these lines. We can look in the office inshallah afterwards. And from those 26, then I know we added extra today. There are many scholars of Nahu in our time. I don't know many of them. One that you can find online, and who has a nice book called Al-Nahu Saghir, and he has a Sarf Saghir as well, is called Shaykh Sulaiman Al-Uyuni. And he's on Twitter called Al-Mufti Al-Lughawi. So you can ask him questions there, and sometimes he replies. But his book Al-Nahu Saghir, inshallah we will try to do it. It's a nice book. The way he organizes it is very nice. I think it's easier than Ajrumi. Not easier, but it's nicer than let's not say anything controversial. It's something. It's a good alternative to Ajrumiyah for us, because the way he organizes things is good. So inshallah we'll try to go through it in the future. I think Shaykh Uthaymin answered. If someone says to you, don't memorize the full matan, only the evidence is mentioned in the book, Shaykh Uthaymin answered. A beginner, if he's going to study, he needs to have something structured in his mind. At minimum, even if he doesn't memorize word for word, he needs to know that book like the back of his hand. If someone says to you, don't memorize, if they mean, for example, memorize Quran first, so that's what I'm saying. If he's saying you don't have to memorize word for word, at least you have to know. Because, okay, you have the dalil, but what's the book saying? So what is the dalil a dalil for? So there has to be something. But now, would I say to you, someone, memorize Thalathatul Usul? If they're young, they have a lot of passion, they've done the Quran, or they're a good way through the Quran, maybe. But if they're already past their teens, they are working, or they're in university, they're busy, then I probably would say to them, memorize Quran and memorize Hadith al-Nawawi, because they're Hadith anyway, so you're going to have to memorize beneficial, but have a plan with the teacher to memorize. And as for the mutun, the more you revise them, the more you read them, they'll stick in your head. So before even Thalath al-Usul, if you do Kitab al-Tawheed, it will be, if someone is older, I'm saying, then it will be good for them. But if they're younger, and they have time, then they can do like the Mutun Talib al-Ilm that the Shaykh has. Maybe not all of the books, but many of them, they're beneficial. But it depends a lot of things. If someone doesn't have a teacher that they're memorizing reading to, then I don't know if they're going to be able to memorize. Yeah, but it's best to look at your situation and go and get advice from somebody. Most people don't have the self-discipline. You need to have a teacher that you're scared of. Doesn't mean you're scared that he's going to beat you, but you're scared of like going to class and you haven't done your work, right? Otherwise, you're going to go to class, we'll do tomorrow. Especially if the teacher is your friend. I can't come today, tomorrow. Yeah, let's go have coffee. It's not going to work like that. If you do by yourself, most people can't. Some people are good at it, yeah? Because they've had that discipline or they got that ability. But most people, unless they got someone strict that they kind of don't want to disappoint, they feel shy to go to him and they can't escape. It's not like he's in a different city, so they're not going to see him. Yeah? But they go to the same masjid, they're going to see him for salah, and if you astaghfirullah, cover my face, then it's good because that's going to push you to learn. Then you're going to learn a lot. But if you doing it by yourself or you can skip lesson when you want, then the person most likely is going to stop. Or the other option is, you guys are student, if you guys, for example, say, let's set up one day a month, we're going to ask the college, we're going to set that day where we're going to memorize. We come together and memorize. Then that's going to help you. Because then what you do, you're with people. You know that you're going to have to come that day, you're going to prepare. And that day, you might memorize a page, half a page. But it's better than nothing. And every month, if you do that, in the year you memorize 12 pages. That's all the Surah Thalatha done. Do you understand? But if you don't push yourself to it, like that's why some of the places in some countries you see that after certain salah, like in your country, they do a thing where they read the whole juz together or one by one or whichever way it is. They read the juz. Why? Because I help you revise. Instead of you doing it by yourself. If you do it by yourself, every day the day passes, it goes. It's not going to be easy. But if you have someone that you read to, a teacher that you feel a responsibility towards, that's going to help a lot. Inshallah ta'ala. Barakallahu feek. Question? No question? I was looking when we done the last session. When was the last session? Last year, August. And I said we're going to finish in an academic year, inshallah. But that was the aim. And it's almost the next academic year. So if you push, we're going to finish. But if you don't push, we're not going to finish it. You're going to push? Inshallah. If you come to Shaykh Abdul Wahid and you say to him, when's the next session? He's going to get fed up and we're going to book the session. But inshallah, we got a bit to go, so. Or should we set a date today? Next week? No, it can't be that early because we have summer stuff. It'll have to be after the summer. Depends. Depends how good you done Al-Jurmiyah. It depends. No, it depends. It depends how much time you have, but it's going to be hard. It's going to be a lot of work, especially because it's different language. Okay, say again. So for example, yeah, if someone studied Usul al-Thalatha or Thalatha al-Usul, yeah, they want to revise it. What do you mean start all over again? Or It depends on their time and a lot of things, yeah. But what you can do, or what a person can do, is when they see intensive lessons. Like now, for example, the college said they're going to do Thalath al-Usul in 3 weeks, 3 sittings. Take opportunity to revise in those situations. But as for going through a long explanation, no. Yeah? Do you understand the difference? So I wouldn't sit and go through a long explanation. It's enough for a person to, if they memorize or they have a summary of what the book is talking about and they understand it. So I'll give you an example. Thalathatul Usul, even if you don't memorize it word for word, you should know that it splits into 5 sections. You can split the book into 5 sections. And the first section is 4 things that everybody should know. And that they are, number 1, knowledge, and that is knowledge of the religion, knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, knowledge of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, knowledge of the religion with evidences. Number 2 is that a person has to act upon it. Number 3 is that a person has to be patient. Number 3 is that a person has to call to it. Number 4, that a person has to be patient in the harms that they encounter. And then you bring the statement of Shafi'i, the statement of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Surah Al-Asr, and then the statement of Shafi'i. They said if this is enough as an encouragement to realize that this is what we need to do because we're going to be in a state of loss unless we do it. Those 4 characteristics. Iman, which comes from knowledge, acting, patience, and calling to it, and then patience. And then mentioning that knowledge precedes words and deed, like was mentioned by Al-Bukhari. Just having that in your head, that's enough. As for looking, now when you go, Shaykh Uthaymin now he says, I'lam, and he says here, Maratibul Idrak as-sitta, 6. Now you have to memorize the 6. No, that comes in Usul Fiqh. Yeah. So when you study these books, you need to know what you're getting from it. So Thalathatul Usul, you need to get the main points. The main points are what I just mentioned to you. These are things, you understand them. Then you don't go on an explanation that's going to go deep. As in, you can do that once or twice to understand, but what you're trying to keep is the matan, the idea of what the matan is saying. So when you read it, you understand it. You can explain in your words what you're reading. Like, this is saying this is saying this and this. As for extra information, that's extra. You don't need that. That's going to come from being well-rounded in other subjects. So the more usul fiqh you know, the more you can explain usul thalatha. The more hadith you know, the more you can explain usul thalatha. Your explanation is going to come from the other subjects. But you need to be able to understand the matan. So how do you know when you know matan? Is when you can read it and you're not confused about it. So there's nothing in the matan that confuses you from the main points. Yeah? So don't go back. You done that? When you get the opportunity to revise it, for example, sheikh's coming to teach it, a big sheikh, so you say, yeah, you know what, I'm going to benefit a lot from him. Or student of knowledge is going to do it intensive in 3 lessons, you go do it. Yeah? And then you move on with your studies as well. Because if you keep doing that, you're going to stick stuck. Yeah? Normally when you're in class, you need to focus on what is the main purpose of that book. Let me see if I can find it. So, when a teacher explains something, there is the main purpose of the book, then there's extra information. The extra information you don't have to worry about it. It's good to have it, it's beneficial, but you need to focus on the main purpose of the book. Then after the extra information can come. But the main purpose is what you need to be aware of, yeah? So for example, let me see. So your priority should be, number 1, understand the points being made by the author in the text. Then understand the evidences used, which has 2 aspects. What is the evidence and how is it an evidence? Then after that, you can try to understand or remember points the teacher explains which are directly connected to the points in the book. And then there are extra points the teacher mentions that are not connected to the book. And I gave an example of this with regards to Thalath al-Usul. So for example, when the Shaykh says, no, may Allah guide you to his obedience, that the Hanifiyah, the religion of Ibrahim, is that you worship Allah alone, making the religion sincerely for him, and Allah commanded all of mankind with that, with this deen, and created them for this purpose. As Allah said, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. So point number one, which was to directly understands the point being made by the author. What is it? Understanding that the author here is mentioning two main points. What he's saying to us is, number one, that Allah commanded all of mankind with following the Hanif way, the religion of Ibrahim, which is to worship Allah alone with no partner. Point number two, that Allah created us for this purpose. These are 2 points. Okay, the second level now is knowing the evidence. The evidence is how the ayah there, and how is an evidence for these 2 points. That's what you need to know. Then extra is, now a teacher may come and say, what does Hanif mean? He might say to you, Hanifiyya is the religion of Ibrahim, which was singled out, which was, or for example, what does it mean as a word? So they will explain it. Or why was Ibrahim mentioned? This is extra now. If you don't remember, this is not crucial, but it's good to know. Yeah? And it's directly connected to the text. Why was Ibrahim singled out? Even though all the prophets and messengers had the same religion. Okay, number 4, which was things the teacher mentions that are not directly connected to the topic. So for example, you find that some teachers, when they start the book, they say Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, and they start talking about the grammar. Or when they mention ayah, they go into the grammar of the ayah. This is connected to Nahu. So don't get lost in that. Now you're studying Thalathatul Usul. If you can understand what the Shaykh said, it's good. But if you can't, if it gets difficult, don't worry, you're going to cover it in grammar. Clear? When you revise, you don't have to do the grammar part in Usul al-Thalatha. You have to make sure you understand Usul al-Thalatha. واضح? Okay. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك.